where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incubates. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with a suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his dead. On his growl rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm beginning the chaos of found to
Alright, what the hell? What is going on? Can you guys hear me? Testing, what is going on? I see it moving, but, are we there? What the hell? Let's try that again. Alright, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I have been your host. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's fucking party. Oh, I've been waiting 6 years for this. Been waiting 6 years for this. We got Wicked Dream in the building. Welcome to the party. We also got our girl, Eighth Sister. Very nice to see you. And oh, my goodness, right out the gate. The big $10. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Where does that leave us with our movie night and stream goal? So already off a rip, we are at 70 points out of 250 for the week. 1 out of 15 donos for the night, and $10 out of 75. With, of course, Arrow, a.k.a. Jennifer, a.k.a. Eighth Sister, a.k.a. Al Puke, a.k.a. the one and only. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, that dono makes this entire stream ad-free. So let's get into to it. Of course, I'm sure that you've heard that Anthony Fauci, I refuse to call him doctor, was called before Congress to, answer to some of his fucking bullshit. And of course, he did, just say, you good? Crazy over here today. Even though he did just plead the fifth for every single question. I think it was 111 times. There's so much in the details, and I'm thinking that a lot of people are going to feel like, oh, well, he just played the fifth, so I just want to see the highlights, and that is it. I jumped through the actual full hearing, and there is a lot there. So let's just fucking do it. Shout out again to our sponsor, keeping us ad free. Let's fucking do it. And we can speed it up because they talk super slow.
1 million Americans died from COVID-19. Some estimate as many as 15 million people died worldwide from COVID-19. Publicly, Anthony Fauci promoted the theory that the virus arose naturally, while privately, he was well aware of a mountain of evidence suggesting the virus originated in the lab. The American people deserve answers. The American people deserve to know why dangerous research was funded by NIAID in a totalitarian country, in a lab that lacked acceptable safety standards. The decision to fund dangerous gain-of-function research in Wuhan, China, will likely go down in history as perhaps one of the worst public health decisions. Frankly, the American people deserve an apology.
At the least, we deserve an apology.
I hope today Dr. Fauci will come clean, admit it was a mistake to fund dangerous research in China, admit that the risk of this dangerous research exceeded any possible benefits.
Spoiler alert, that does not happen.
Ask forgiveness, and pledge to help our government devise safeguards so a man-made epidemic never happens again. Instead of an apology, you have for years avoided responsibility.
I was also surprised, but it makes complete sense. The grifting is in their blood.
Regarding the lockdowns, you argue that you did not personally issue every lockdown order, close every school, or impose every mandate.
Which is basically, I'm not touching you. Technically, I'm not touching you. Shut up. We got LMP in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
But officials across the country invoked your authority to justify these decisions. And you presented your recommendations not as judgments open to debate, but as dictates of science itself. Your own words demonstrate that you understood the influence you exercised. On March 14th, 2020, you wrote that the task force recommendations were driven by me, yourself, Deb, and CDC. The next day you wrote that you had convinced Mayor Bill de Blasio to close the New York City schools. So you were involved. That same night, Governor Gavin Newsom's chief of staff told you that the governor had decided to close California schools, bars, and restaurants after watching you on television. Presidents, governors, mayors, school boards, corporations, and Congress all bear responsibility for the decisions they made. The COVID lockdown, however, could never have been inflicted without you aiding and abetting the crime. Children lost years of education. Small businesses built over a lifetime disappeared. Patients delayed cancer screenings and other medical care.
And on and on and on. And those are just the extreme things, like just the basis of how Americans live their lives has not recovered. I still am so frustrated by that Atlantic article about pandemic amnesty. Here, I'll pull it up.
Families were separated from dying relatives. Workers were ordered to accept a medical procedure or lose their jobs. Worship assembly, employment, education, and travel were restricted in the name of science. While you did not impose every restriction, you used your public authority to justify them. While you concluded publicly that COVID occurred naturally.
So when was this from? I don't remember exactly when it was from, but it was like pretty shortly after they were like, okay, we're good. And they're just, let's declare pandemic amnesty. We need to forgive one another for what we did and said when we were in the dark about COVID. Fair, but long after the light was shown, you still dug your heels in.
Your private record tells a different story. In early 2020, your hand-picked virologist warned that the virus appeared to have been manipulated in the lab. In a conference call concerning the origin of the virus, all but two of the participants believed deliberate insertion was possible. Your concern was not merely theoretical. That same week, you led an urgent effort to...
Oh, we're going to get into it. We're going to get... Oh, I might get... Oh, man. It might be a wild night. It might be a wild night.
Determine whether your own agency had funded the research related to these experiments that were now under suspicion. Hours later, your assistant reported that the Wuhan experiments had indeed been reviewed and approved by the NIH. Those were not the actions of officials who believed that a research-related origin was an absurd conspiracy theory. They were the actions of officials urgently trying to determine whether their agency funding was connected to the research under discussion, connected to the pandemic.
You know, like a conspiracy, as they all said that we were engaging in, but got them.
You could not hide that your agency had funded the Wuhan research or your long history of defending gain-of-function research.
You don't know what you're talking about, Senator Paul.
The only alternative left was to argue that COVID-19 did not originate in the Wuhan lab. You were not a detached observer. You had an institutional interest in the public believing that federally funded research had nothing to do with the pandemic. It was a conflict of interest from the very beginning. The authors of the proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2 privately had serious doubts about a natural origin. Within days, though,
yeah, but it's racist to say that Chinese people are eating bats from a wet market, but not that they have a super advanced technology lab. Insane. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to let him get through his opening statement, and then I have a bunch of, clips and stuff from, just in case you forgot. Just in case you forgot everything that we went through. So we'll get through the opening statement here, and we'll talk about some of that, and then we'll come back in for the good stuff.
They flipped, and they all wrote in proximal origin that the virus was almost certainly not a laboratory construct. That paper was then used by the government and the media and you to discredit Americans who were asking the same questions that you and the authors were asking yourselves privately. You even cited proximal origin from the White House podium. You held it out as evidence that the virus could not have been engineered, but you didn't disclose your role in the discussions that preceded the writing of the paper. You did not disclose the author's original concerns. You did not reveal that you had been part of the paper, that you had read and offered editorial comments on the paper before it was published, before you began using it as evidence that it couldn't have originated in the lab. You did not disclose that you had immediately investigated yourself whether NIAID funding might be connected to the research. You did not tell the American people the full story. Duly released private messages indicate that the doubts with the authors and others didn't disappear after the publication. So while this was being waved at the White House to show that it couldn't come from the lab, the authors were still privately continuing to assign a meaningful probability to a laboratory origin, one thing in public and another in private.
Shout out to Nikki Dark Angel in the building. Welcome to the party. I have an autonomic nervous system disorder and was forced to take a BS vaccine because of the piece of shit. And my disorder got a lot worse, but I can't prove that's why. It's just a coincidental timing, in my opinion. Well, 2075, they'll be releasing all the documents. So if you're still alive, then you'll be good. We also got Josie Hernandez. Welcome. So one thing I know is whether you're Republican or Democrat, most of us agree on fuck Fauci. 1,000%. We also got Arthur in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. And Wicked said, proud to be unvaccinated over here. Shout out to the purebloods. I know some of you couldn't, but those of us who stood up against the biggest propaganda campaign of our lifetimes and said, no, fuck you. Shout out. We also got Daniel Ramirez. Welcome to the party. Grind up a bunch. Oh, get it done. Let's go. We celebrating. This is a fucking celebration. I've been waiting 6 years for this. I sent the link to Papa Lunch. He said, what a criminal. I want to see him go to jail. Hiding behind lawyers. Indeed. I mean, even a lot of people in the U.S., it wasn't as simple as just like, no, I'm not going to take it, because there was, just engaging in normal behaviors, but even things like going to work. I mean, yes, it's awesome if you're going to say, fuck you. I'm not, I'm going to quit because I'm not, that I don't believe in this. But like, some people got families to worry about. It's not the best decision to just stand on your political principles at the behest of your family. The point of having these principles is to make sure that your family's good. And so I understand the people who knew it was BS, but had the choice and took it anyway. It's just I was diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome. Myself, It's chronic fatigue syndrome myself, now called chronic myelectic encephalopathy. I think I got that one. Didn't drink the root beer for that. That's what we should have been calling it, right? That's what we should have been calling it. So welcome, guys. If you're just joining us, I have a bunch of clips that we're going to check out, but I do want to go through as much of the full hearing as we can. I want to hear Dr. Rand Paul's opening statement, and then we'll... I got you. All right, sit back, relax, and enjoy the fucking party.
One thing in public and another in private. Some of the same scientists discussed avoiding email and carefully managing communications that might eventually be obtained under the Freedom of Information Act. The pattern is straightforward. Privately, there was alarm, then an immediate inquiry to see if NIAID's possible exposure to funding, then a rapid public declaration of certainty, continued private doubt, and then years of resistance to disclosure. The question is why? The only logical answer is that your primary concern was avoiding culpability. Your primary concern was hiding the fact that you had approved the funding for this dangerous research. Your support of gain-of-function research is extensive and long-standing. In 2011, your agency funded Ron Fauci's laboratory when it mutated the avian flu until it could spread through the air between mammals.
You mean like gain-of-function? I thought he said he didn't do that.
This was the tipping point. This is when others became worried. You funded this. You advocated for this. The federal government's own biosecurity board, though, recommended withholding the details of these experiments because of the danger the research posed. People were concerned that publishing it was publishing a roadmap to creating bioweapons around the world. But you sided with the gain-of-function scientist Fauci. And
I won't lie. When I got the phone call that I didn't have to work anymore, I was jubilant. But what we didn't know. And Nikki, this is fair, but I do want to maintain that a lot of these cults are way more about the dogma themselves than a political ideology. But, Jim Jones is the Kool-Aid.
Around the world, but you sided with the gain-of-function scientist Fauci and argued that the benefits of publishing the research far outweighed the risks. You defended this avian flu transmissibility experiments as critical research. You wrote that even if a scientist became infected and triggered a pandemic,
she's fine.
The benefits of the gain-of-function experiments outweighed the risk.
Did they though?
In 2014, your agency, NIAID, began funding the Wuhan bat coronavirus work. In 2015, Ralph Barrick and the Chinese scientist Shi Zhengli published NIAID-supported research combining a bat coronavirus spike protein with a SARS backbone. The resulting virus could infect human airway cells. It's a novel virus that now can infect human cells. It gained transmissibility. It gained function. In 2018...
Yeah, exactly. Not gain of function. They were just giving functions to gain the research. Exactly.
The same group of...
They called it, what did he call it? They changed the definition to directed evolution. Directed evolution. You mean like gain of function?
It gained...
Shout out to Charismatic Bean. Welcome to the party. And yes, sir. And we're going to look back at all the bullshit that he said to lead up to this so that we remember exactly what he did to us.
Function. In 2018, the same group of scientists, EcoHealth, Barrick, Shi, and their collaborators submitted the diffuse proposal, which involved the insertion of a furin cleavage site into the coronavirus. DARPA rejected it as too dangerous. When COVID was sequenced, though, early on in January of 2020, within days, scientists discovered that, lo and behold, it had a novel furin cleavage site, just as had been proposed in the diffuse project. This was either an extraordinary coincidence or a smoking gun, evidence that the Chinese had created COVID-19. It made the laboratory origin question more legitimate, and it made your categorical public denials indefensible. On May 11th, 2021, you told the Senate the NIH has never, ever, and does not now fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. When I gave you the opportunity to correct the record, to reconsider the statement,
he must have been censored to all hell.
Responded that you had never before lied to Congress. We were then told that Only the government's narrowest regulation of definition counted here, that you could define gain of function in one way in which this wasn't gain of function, in which all of the common sense of the world would be thrown out. All of the idea that the mice were dying and the virus was more transmissible didn't matter because you had a technical definition that allowed you to fund it. But the real
directed evolution. Don't forget about the dogs that got their faces eaten off.
question is, was it dangerous? Was it a wise decision to fund this? And you haven't deviated from that. You've never admitted that it could have been a mistake funding this research in China. The American people weren't asking for a semantics debate over what is gain of function. They were asking, does common sense say this research was dangerous in Wuhan? They wanted to know whether their money-funded experiments in Wuhan that made bat coronaviruses better able to infect humans.
How dare we, right? How dare we?
The answer is yes. They wanted to know whether NIAID adequately supervised their work. The answer is no. When you defended this research, you described its benefits in the broadest terms. But when Congress demanded accountability, you hid behind the narrowest possible definition.
You don't know what you're talking about, Senator Bull.
Your conduct concerning federal records raises further questions. It is a crime to destroy federal records. Yet our investigation reveals your assistant diligently reported that she deleted tons of emails. In 2024, you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth? You?
Probably not him. Hey, sister, so I went directly to Walmart, bought a shit ton of teepee for my bungholio, tortillas, beans, and paper plates in 21. I mean, the funny thing about the toilet paper is I immediately was like, hold on. How much toilet paper do you people use? Like, I get that I'm a small guy, so I probably, on average, use less toilet paper than the average person, but it can't be that much less. And, like, it wasn't until later that somebody did some kind of, I mean, I don't think it was a study on that specifically, but they applied the psychological factor that, well, paper towels and toilet paper, they just take up a lot of space on the shelf. And so when everybody's in that hoarding mindset, then they see the emptiness on the shelf, and that says scarcity. And so, you know, people were just buying more, and then people are buying toilet paper and paper towels. I guess I need toilet paper and paper towels. I mean, like, I just buy that shit in bulk anyway. Like, I just bought 2 giant things of Bounty paper towels. Is probably what, like 20 rolls each. And so then I just have them. I don't know. People are weird. Weird. Because like COVID made my 24-hour grocery store closed, so I couldn't shop at midnight when nobody was around anymore. It pissed me right off. It's almost like spreading people out would help. It's like every single thing was the exact opposite wrong thing.
Before you testified that you did not delete federal records. Who's telling the truth? You or your assistant? The committee has obtained repeated instructions from you telling federal officials to delete communications. On February 2nd, 2020, one day after Origin's call, you told Francis Collins, please delete this email after you read it. The committee asked for your voluntary cooperation to come today. Your appearance had to be compelled by subpoena. You're here today under duress. You're here today because of the court ordering it. President Biden issued you a sweeping pardon extending back to 2014.
Now, I was confused because I was told that because of the fact that he was pardoned, he could not employ the pleading the fifth. But apparently that has something to do with like on a state level or a federal level, and this is something different. Because I was like, wait, that was my whole thing. Like, keep the pardon so that we get him here and he can't lie. Or can't lie. But I guess that's not how it works.
The same pardon he gave to his son, Hunter. A pardon may protect a...
There you go. Two Biden pardoners in a row.
The same pardon he gave to his son, Hunter. Loser. A pardon may protect a person from criminal prosecution, doesn't rewrite history. It does not erase documents. It does not convert a misleading statement into a truthful one. And it does not prevent Congress from establishing what happened. There will be another pandemic. There will be another crisis. And there will again be officials who insist that uncertainty must be hidden for the public's own good. They will demand obedience. They will invoke science. I am the science, as though it were a commandment.
I am the science.
They will argue that government officials cannot be questioned because questioning them would undermine public trust.
Okay, perfect.
They have it backwards. It is secrecy that destroys trust. It is arrogance that destroys trust. It is censorship that destroys trust. And it is the refusal to admit error that destroys trust. That loss of trust may be your most damaging legacy. Trust can't be ordered. It has to be earned. No scientist is above scrutiny. No government official is beyond accountability. And no public servant has the right to treat the suffering of millions of Americans as a footnote to his preferred version of history.
Well, goddamn. Shout out to Senator Ron Paul. So I want to start there. And make sure that we got what we're coming here for. But we need to take a little, it's not even really a side quest, but I spent the last couple hours searching through some stuff just as a reminder. I want you guys to really remember, because those times were fucking crazy. And it is very natural to want to just kind of block that out. And like, I get that, but for here, right? Shout out to Rand Paul doing the damn thing. He said, I refer to this as scientism. It's a religion to people on the left until it's science. They don't like it. For example, evolutionary biology. Well, we'll go with the scientism part. Evolution is real, but that's a conversation for another day. Let's be on the same team. So let's start here.
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccine.
God damn it. Hold on. Take two. I was like, let me scroll through to make sure I have everything in the right spot. And then that happens. Oh, we got that to go through.
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines. Help all the people who have been quarantined. We'll wear our masks and we'll have to stay distant. We'll wash our hands and we'll be more resistant. Fauci, yes? Promise us, please. We'll have a cure that can fight off this disease.
Will you, though?
Restrictions will lift with some ease.
Will they, though?
Dr. Fauci, don't forget me.
So this is what was the perspective of this man. I was blessed to have the wisdom of Sam Bankin talking about the idiocy. Well, there was definitely a large group of people who knew exactly what the fuck was going on, or at least that there was clear lying and corruption. Just remember when that one hacksucker was luring people with free French fries? I do remember that. Yep. Oh man, there's so much. There's so much. Canadian government is still prosecuting the Freedom Convoy organizers for mischief, 6 years, millions of dollars, and a Supreme Court ruling their use of Emergency War Act illegal. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. Canada is not doing well. Canada is not. That's not what I wanted to do. Canada is not. That's not what I want to do either. Hold on. That. And that. And that. There we go.
Punching bag, but well, if I become a punching bag, I'm a punching bag, but I am very happy to testify before any congressional oversight committee.
Mm-hmm. Are you?
I have nothing to hide.
No.
I can explain and validate everything that I've done. So, it's going to be inconvenient if they actually are out there essentially threatening to make my life miserable. But I'm going to do what I need to do, and that is cooperate fully because we have nothing to hide at all.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see the God damn it. I guess we'll see the fruits of that shortly. That's something unrelated. Oh, this was my favorite one.
Dear.
Because you remember, all of this stuff is coming from leaked diary stuff, which kind of weird for a 60-year-old man to be having a diary, but whatever.
Dear diary, for better or worse, I am becoming an international celebrity. Calls from all over the world. It is not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country. Brad Pitt plays me on Saturday Night Live and thanks me in a very serious tone after his skit. The swag around me is getting really ridiculous. Had great call with Barbara Streisand. Press still hot and heavy about me. Petitions to vote me sexiest man alive. Major stories about my basketball career at Regis. Jeez. Dear diary, for better.
Dear diary. Oh, remember when Fauci got owned by a guy on the porch? We knew the whole time.
In the first place.
We
And then
knew the whole time.
people in America are not settled with the information that's been given to us right now. So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot on a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay, you know how
many years were in.
Yep, there's a lot of blame to be put on Trump for how he was putting how he let this guy in there. There was as we'll see, there's clips from before I was even born that showed this guy didn't know what the fuck he was doing. But it was a novel pandemic as far as everybody besides Fauci knew. So that's something where I'm willing to look at, like, okay, based on what I reasonably expect Trump to know at that point, it seemed like he was doing the right thing. And then, maybe he got caught up a little bit in the ego of, oh, we did the best warp speed ever. I get that. But he's just so much lower on the list.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay,
you know how many years were invested in this approach? About
none.
20 years of science to get us to be able
20
to
years
do
is
it.
not enough. And 9 months is definitely not enough for nobody to be taking no vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are, is that I've been vaccinated.
Right.
But if it allows thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, you're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in this world.
Something like the common flu then, right?
And not like
It's much more serious than the flu.
Well, the
Is it though? Because you said it explicitly in your diary that it was like a bad flu.
flu kills a lot of people annually too.
You know how many people died of the flu the last year? I mean, not this year, virtually none, but the previous year, about 20 to 30,000. You know how many people have died from COVID-19 in the United States? 600,000 Americans.
Yeah, I would be much more willing to give Trump shit for Fauci if he had hired him or if he had appointed him or something like that. But he was the guy. He was the guy. And as far as everyone in the government on the establishment side said, like, there was no reason to believe that he was anything but the guy who fixed AIDS. That's how he was known.
The number that you all giving that died, that's once again, that's you all's number.
You gonna pass?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Because when you start talking about paying people to get vaccinated, when you start talking about incentivizing things to get people vaccinated, there's something else going on with that. Something else going
Got
on.
him.
There's something else
You're right.
going
But
on.
I
Got
find
him.
millions of people like me and most everybody here didn't get an incentive. You know what their incentive was? Protecting their health and protecting the city. But I won't keep you anymore.
It's okay, because my incentive, y'all campaign is about fear. It's about inciting fear in people. You all attack people with fear. That's what this pandemic is. It's a fear. It's fear, this pandemic. That's all it is. People in America.
Let's go. So yeah, let's do this one. This was 19. I don't know when exactly it was, but it was in the 1980s during the AIDS pandemic.
Safe from the disease. This brings in the implications that there are other ways, just plain close contact. And given the long incubation period of this disease, we may be starting to see, as we're seeing virtually as the months go by, other groups that can be involved. And seeing it in children is really quite disturbing.
When you say other close contact, give me some examples.
Well, for example, if the close contact of a child is a household contact, perhaps there will be a certain number of cases of individuals who are just living with and in close contact with someone with AIDS or at risk of AIDS, who does not necessarily have to have intimate sexual contact or share a needle, but just the ordinary close contact that one sees in normal interpersonal relationships. Now,
I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure that's not how AIDS works.
Safe from the disease. This brings in the implications that there are other ways, just plain close contact. And given the long incubation period of this disease, we may be starting to see, as we're seeing virtually as the months go by, other groups that can be involved. And seeing it in children is really quite disturbing.
When you say other close contact, give me some examples.
Well, for example, if the close contact of a child.
Yeah, so same thing. Let's go back. Even Fetterman in a suit.
It's not about much more your regrets, but I have one. And that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And early on that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that
Like, put two and two together.
became a very partisan thing. And now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, after for all of that.
I mean, I don't love Fetterman, but he is the type of Democrat that it's like, okay, if that's the Democratic Party, then I can deal with that. He's definitely, it's not like I would vote for him, but if that was the worst that we had to deal with, I think we'd be living a pretty good life. Shout out to Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. 100% of you saying prison for Fauci. And of course, I agree. We got Nordic Born in the building. Welcome. So read the book, The Real Anthony Fauci. Who was that? That wasn't Scott Horton, was it? That was, I forget. The Real Anthony Fauci. Oh, that was RFK's book. Yeah, go check out RFK's book on I mean, if anybody's gonna know, it's definitely gonna be RFK. Welcome to the party. We just watched Rand Paul's kind of opening to the hearing. Got a couple of clips just to remind you just how bad Fauci actually was, and then we'll get back to the hearing. Someone made a joke on Colbert about this. I don't remember who it was. Maybe Jon Stewart, whether he was wearing a suit. I mean, serious business. What else we got? Oh yeah, just coincidence, right?
Gordon, you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Oh shit! God damn!
Oh my gosh.
Another athlete. God damn, bruh.
It's okay, man.
So I want you to remember, this is what this motherfucker did to Americans. Your countrymen. It could have been you. You could have been in this video. Why? Because he wanted to be famous. He wanted to be famous. He wanted to make money. But yeah, no big deal, right? No big deal, right?
Universities, you were going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit.
When you make it difficult, they lose their ideological bullshit. You know, like my body, my choice. Bate said, well, I wasn't happy with warp speed. The same Democrats who applied pressure to take the shot were also saying they wouldn't take it because Trump pushed it, though. Hypocrites, the lot of them. Yep. He said, now the joke was about the Wuhan, on Jon Stewart. Wearing up. I'll take your word for that one. But listen again.
And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
Thank you. Are all objections to COVID vaccinations ideological bullshit, Dr. Fauci?
No, they're not, and that's not what I was referring to.
Well, that's exactly what you meant when you said making it hard for people to live without getting a vaccination.
I would have loved. Okay, well then, what did you mean? What exactly did you mean? I plead the fifth. Only advice to my lawyers.
You affected people's ability to work, travel, be educated, to actually flourish in American society, to self-determine, as we're all given God-given rights. Shame on you.
You were going to have schools.
Shame indeed. So that's a little. We got some more, but we'll come back to these. And let's get back into the actual hearing. So if you're just joining us, we just all we've seen so far is Rand Paul's opening statement. Let's get into it.
I now recognize Senator Peters for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hater.
The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental...
I think Senator Peters. I think, because there were a few Democrats that were like, yeah, okay, so this guy's a Democrat.
Affairs Committee has a long and a very proud history of conducting serious oversight on behalf of the American people. When this committee has been at its best, Democrats and Republicans have worked together to investigate complicated issues.
Hey, we got Boggs in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. But Fauci never really harmed me. Never got the jab, never got the coof. Pure blood, didn't affect my job situation. Well, as long as you're happy, then you know what? Maybe you didn't. Maybe you popped in right after this, but I want you to remember he didn't harm you. Don't we always talk about our countrymen and how important our countrymen are? This didn't harm you.
Gordon, you okay?
Just double it.
Oh my gosh. It's okay.
First, it starts to get really nice.
But it's all good as long as Bach still has his job. Like, I hear you, man, but it's a little bit bigger than that. It's a little bit bigger than that. And he said the guy who killed the healthcare CEO probably thought Fauci was a fucking hero. That's how goddamn dumb people are. Luigi Womangione. Got him. Let me know who's running over here. Well, we're going to get there. We're going to get there about how much he really did help with AIDS. You also missed a video where he said that children can get AIDS by just casual contact with people who have AIDS. So, not so great for the people who actually have AIDS. Yeah, it's our fault for listening to the people that we were told have our best interest and are the experts that people like you appeal to all the time, right? It's our fault. It's our fault that we were lied to. Oh, man. Oh, man. The government set up a compensation program for COVID vaccine injuries, but I'm sure it was totally safe. I mean, to be fair, there's always going to be side effects and stuff, but like, you have to be coping to see that, to see all of those, and that's not like every instance of people passing out shortly after they got the jab. But yep. What were you wearing? What were you wearing? If you just apologize, I could move on. I'm generally not into apologizing to the mob, but in this case, I personally think it's warranted. I can agree with you there. A bunch of healthy people started passing out and having strokes after the vaccine, but I'm sure it's unrelated. Source? Oh, the guy who lies and is literally sitting in front of Congress for those lies and not willing to say anything? Yeah, totally fine. Prevented effective HIV treatments to push those from which he profited and were less effective. Hundreds of thousands died. But yeah, he was good, right? He was good. Well, no, he's saying that yes, they passed out, but there's no reason to think that it has anything, any connection to the vaccine, because that's what's convenient. Because if he acknowledges that, then he's going to feel icky. We don't want to feel icky.
And Republicans have worked together.
So again, this is the Democrat.
To investigate complicated issues, to follow the facts.
I want to get through as much of this as we can, and they are talking very political-esque. We're at 1.5, but let me know if we need to slow it down.
Wherever they may lead.
Because there's a lot here.
Produce recommendations that actually strengthen our nation's security and improve government functions. That bipartisan tradition has produced meaningful work following Hurricane Katrina, the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, failures at the Secret Service, and countless other matters. Unfortunately, today's hearing is the latest step in the chairman's sharp departure from that long tradition. This hearing appears to be a culmination of months of biased and selected efforts by the majority under the guise of a committee investigation to basically legitimize a predetermined conclusion that was reached years ago.
Yeah, because we had all the information years ago.
Stupid. In 2021, the chairman has...
It's like saying, we're here. We're here because everybody here just wants to put this murderer away. They already decided that when they saw him on video murdering that person, what the decision was going to be. Yeah, bro. Yeah. And as Box is saying, if maybe if he actually engaged in this, then there would be some leg to stand on of like, okay, he messed up, but it was a novel pandemic. We didn't know. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have been hiding this, and then it got too big. Something. You guys know me. I am willing to give kudos to my my quote unquote intellectual enemies when it is appropriate. But this ain't it.
Has called for today's witness to be fired, to be arrested, accused him of leading cover-ups and conspiracies. He has even featured the witness prominently in fundraising emails and on the cover of his book. He has also called for the cancellation of the witness's security detail, despite the fact the witness and his family have received numerous credible death threats.
Yeah, when you're talking about, it just shows you how much. Like I just rewatched the Painkiller, the story about the Sackler family with Purdue and OxyContin. Because I was somebody who got caught up in all of that. It was very close to me. But you see how easily individual people can make these decisions that change the entire landscape of the country. It's insane. You don't need to wear a mask. Of course you should be wearing a mask. You don't need to wear 2 masks, but if you wear 3, then it might do well.
When I served as chairman, Senator Paul and I launched a bipartisan biosecurity investigation that included oversight of risky research and the origins of COVID-19. Because we agreed that
Well, that's maybe, again, if any of you guys understand it better, I was told that because of those pardons that he was not able to invoke the Fifth Amendment. And then Josh Hawley actually says that later. And so I'm a little confused on the laws there. We could look it up. But if you guys know why he is able to use the Fifth, even though he was pardoned, is it like different things or that was my whole thing. That's like, don't lift the pardon, get him in front of Congress and make him answer these questions, because I thought he couldn't do this.
Research and the origins of COVID-19.
Bruh. You want to say that Hawley is the bad guy here? Come on, man. I don't know what to do with that. That's insane.
Side of risky research and the origins of COVID-19, because we agreed that the committee's work would be stronger if we did it in a bipartisan manner and just followed the facts. That was and continues to be an area of legitimate and certainly needed oversight. As chairman, Senator Paul has taken the opposite approach. He has abandoned longstanding practice by blocking minority participation in committee oversight actions and has chosen to selectively release committee records that the minority has never had any access to in order to support his pre-drawn conclusions. The chairman has repeatedly excluded committee's minority and withheld documents and evidence from members that are entitled to receive them, disregarding longstanding Senate rules and committee precedent that have preserved the credibility of our oversight in this committee for decades. I have raised these concerns directly with the chairman because it's not just what we...
I'm sure that they poured over the language of, if you're talking about him perjuring himself, I'm sure they went over the language to the T with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that he could say all of this without perjuring himself. That's the one thing they're good at. Lying.
I have raised these concerns directly with the chairman because it's not just what we investigate that matters, but how we conduct that investigation. That also matters. One-sided investigations designed to validate predetermined conclusions do not serve the American people who sent us to actually uncover the truth and to solve problems. I wrote to the chairman requesting that he adhere to committee rule.
Okay, I thought you might be talking about this guy.
But instead of addressing concerns that I raised, he removed part of the committee's website from the public view. This move not only prevented the public from being able to view those list of concerns, it had serious questions about the desire for transparency and legitimate oversight of this matter. But what makes today's hearing particularly disappointing is not simply the chairman's actions, but what we could be using this committee's true and time oversight responsibilities to accomplish. This committee has not held its annual threats hearing at all of this Congress. We have not held a budget hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. There are important hearings that we would have the opportunity to discuss as to how to strengthen our Homeland Security across the board.
Okay, so basically this is, well, what about the other things? He's just going to cope for a while. Let's get in. So that was the, this is the Democrat opening. And of course, just bullshit. And let's get started.
The accusation that the committee has denied access to the minority to records is categorically false. This is the most transparent investigation in the history of Congress.
Let's do 135.
We actually created a website and we put all of the information on the website. It continues to operate. The reason it hasn't been accessed is no Democrat ever signed up for it. Not one Democrat. We told them the access. They never asked for the access code. They haven't been on the website because they have not cared about the investigation. It's a practice of this committee to swear in the witness. Dr. Fauci, please stand and raise your right hand.
Oh no, I froze.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
The jokes write themselves.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings.
I mean, he did it before. Like, you're not supposed to lie, but obviously people can lie under oath. You're just not supposed to. But clearly that doesn't matter to somebody like this.
And after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and
unlike you don't know what you're talking about, Senator Paul.
Recently, his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion.
The only way that we have to get you here. How do you not understand that? You created this mess. You created this. And still, it's like, well, everybody is doing this and that and that and that. Just take the L, bro. Just take the L.
I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote,
let's not generalize. Let's not generalize. I would take an oath like that very seriously because of the principle of it, not because I think that there is a God there, but let's take it easy. We're supposed to be on the same team today.
His repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable...
No, China didn't. He was in charge of everything that was going on in China. That is him. Whatever China did, whatever China was involved with, they answered to him.
Up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
We will now
there she is, in case you didn't hit the poll. What you think? She's a little more made up than I typically like. I like a little bit more of a natural look, but, she's me on TV, so.
Begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled.
And so remember, we already know that Fauci is going to plead the fifth every single time. So what we are looking for is what type of questions is he unwilling to answer, which is all of them, but what is the substance of those questions? And then any other body language or anything else. Now, it is the smartest move here to not answer anything because shout out to fucking Pluribus in the same way. if they answer the questions, or if they answer questions that they can answer and then say, oh, I can't answer that, then that tells you a lot more than just I'm not answering anything. So I mean, it's a smarter move for his position, but fucking demon. Let me say I followed the medical freedom movement for years. I knew it was bullshit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I knew you were going to say that. I specifically did this poll because I specifically thought that you were going to do that. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So a post from Robert Barnes that he'd be held in contempt for pleading the fifth. Yeah, I'm not fully. I'll look that up and see if we can get a short thing. I hear you, but just it's not about that for all of us. So I'm just saying. Hey, we got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. So far we just watched Senator Paul's opening statement. We saw some of the Democrat guy's opening statement. I had a bunch of videos from, back in COVID times of all the bullshit that he did, including people fainting right after they got the shot, people arguing with him, and people glazing the fuck out of him. So we are just now starting the questioning. Welcome.
Begin a round of questioning. Dr. Fauci, your testimony today is compelled by a lawful subpoena. As you know, it's a crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 to knowingly make a material false statement to Congress.
He don't care. He's been doing that. That's his whole thing.
With the penalty up to 5 years of imprisonment. Understanding that you are under oath, the American people would like to understand your reasoning, your rationale for why you chose to fund the research in Wuhan. There have been, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, have all come to the conclusion that more likely than not, the virus came from the lab in Wuhan. And so we'd like to know, what was the rationale? What was the discussion? How, what went behind the decision?
I just wanted to be famous. That's all. I liked being famous.
To fund the research in Wuhan. How did you come to the conclusion that a totalitarian country would be capable of doing this in a BSL-2 lab? A lab that lacked the security. What was the reasoning? And are you sorry, basically, for making the decision? Would you, given another chance, say, well, gosh, circumstances now, as I know, maybe it wasn't a wise thing. Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Shout out to Brandon Murphy. Welcome to the party. Said Fauci knew that he's guilty, but denies of doing all evil to Americans. Yep, and you just missed us going through a few of the video clips of things that people have said, things that people have dealt with, people passing the fuck out right after they're getting the vaccine, and him, just saying, "Oh, it's perfect" and all that. I still have more to show you, so don't worry. But yeah, it is insane. Welcome. And again, you probably know already that he just pleads the fifth every time. And so we're not here to look at his answers because he's not giving anything. We're here to look at everything else.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well.
That's also why I sped it up a little bit.
That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
And so you might say it's silly, like just answer that the folder is there. But for him, then that creates, there are some questions I will answer and there's some questions I won't answer.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true that you're appearing under direction of our subpoena to provide testimony on matters under consideration by the committee, including the origins of COVID-19, risky life sciences research, and your tenure as a federal government employee. Additionally, you've been provided a full and unconditional pardon dated January 19th, 2025 for any offenses against the United States which may have been committed or taken part from January 1st, 2014 through the date of the pardon for a 10-year period.
10 years. 10 years.
Arising from or in any manner related to your service as director of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases. as a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force or the White House COVID-19 response team, or as chief medical advisor to the president. Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They've requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline
You're going to drink
to
every
answer
time.
based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let's do the.
Let's try this one.
Dr. Fauci, were you ever made aware of gain-of-function research on monkeypox being conducted at the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasure Center and back at Fort Detrick?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon
We
my
gonna get
rights under
drunk.
the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Dr. Fauci, did the CIA ever transfer funds to NIH under an interagency agreement?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline
Let's
to answer based
go!
upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Danger is my middle name.
Dr. Fauci, did the NIH ever conduct research for or in coordination with any element of the intelligence community, CIA, ODNI?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The reason why these questions are important is, President Trump has done a ban, and we're glad that he did a ban on gain-of-function research. So we're better off than we were when we had an advocate serving as head of NIAID, an advocate for gain-of-function research. There is still, though, a question, though, whether or not the intelligence community is adhering to that order. There's a question of whether
It's 2 beers, 111 answers of pleading the Fifth.
not gain-of-function research is still ongoing. And these are important questions the American people deserve to know.
I can't keep up with that.
Dr. Fauci, have you been read into any classified Department of Homeland Security program, any prospective special access program concerning gain-of-function research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
I wouldn't be able to talk to you guys if I was doing that.
When we look at the research in China, the gain-of-function research that you've denied was gain-of-function, one of the things that startled the scientists when they saw COVID in the first couple of weeks was when they looked at the sequence of it, they said, oh my God, there's a furin cleavage site in it. And in this particular family of coronaviruses, the sarbecoviruses, they'd never seen this before. They were also startled to look at it and see how it was coded for, what the codons were, and to discover that the
It was virus coded, for sure.
codons used out of 36 different possibilities turned
It's giving COVID.
out to be the one that was commonly used in gene manipulation by scientists. Dr. Fauci, were the scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology
That's
capable of
shit.
inserting
Me too.
a furin cleavage site into a coronavirus?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the
Jesus
Constitution.
Christ. That guy's like, I fucking drove here for this?
Respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
So one of the experiments that was pretty common was they would take the backbone of a SARS virus, and this would be a SARS virus that the backbone itself wasn't that dangerous, but then they would dig through guano, 300 feet underground, bat guano. They'd find other viruses, unknown viruses. They'd take the S protein off of an unknown virus and stick it on a backbone.
Like gain-of-function research.
And then they would infect mice that have humanized cells. And they were trying to discover if they could create a virus that infects humans. Now, many people would say, well, gosh, that doesn't sound like a really good idea to create viruses that don't exist in nature to see if they'll infect human cells.
They might be able to escape the lab and shut down the world if we have someone like you at the helm.
What if one escaped? What if you keep infecting this and do serial passage, you actually adapt the virus
Got 'em.
to be infectious to humans? So the question is whether or not Dr. Fauci, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was combining an S protein with one virus with the backbone of others, and could this lead to a virus? Maybe it wasn't even predicted, but could it lead to viruses that gained in function and then could lead to a pandemic?
You don't know what you're talking about,
On the
Senator
advice
Paul.
of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
One of the arguments that you and others have made against this virus
Got 'em.
coming from the lab is it couldn't have come from the viruses that have been published. And nobody's really arguing that. I think from the very beginning, people acknowledged that the viruses that have been published are too far evolutionarily distant from a virus that could have become COVID-19. But what has never been acknowledged by the side who tries to call the other side a conspiracy theory, which is really something you don't usually see in a scientific debate. This is the first time I've ever seen an article printed in Lancet by your friends who called this a conspiracy theory. These are the kind of things you see as a screed on a political, website. You don't really see this in science.
Dangerous.
But when they release this as being a conspiracy theory,
scary.
We're wondering that when you do this, when you combine these viruses and are able to grow them in humanized cells, whether or not this kind of risky research, whether you call it gain of function or not, whether you use the definition of gain of function, whether this kind of research should have had more scrutiny. I think in your House testimony, you testified that you never traveled to China and that you were unaware that anybody at NIH ever examined the labs, that you trusted the Chinese scientists. I think you said that even recently.
Trust him. Just trust the science. I am the science. All of a sudden he believes in the Constitution. Like always, no principles, just positions.
Ever that with your discretion, you trusted the Chinese scientists. The problem is that even in our country, we trust our scientists. They're good American scientists, probably doing the right thing for America. But at the same time, we oversight to make sure it's not dangerous research, but we also investigate the lab. I believe Fort Detrick was one of our main labs was closed down in the last year or two because of, research institute, a research incident that was dangerous with dangerous pathogens. And so the American people would want to know, how could you approve this dangerous research in China, say that you trusted the Chinese scientists, and then in the end, you had to admit that you'd never been there. And none of your inspectors had ever been there. Dr. Fauci, had any of the labs?
Yeah, I can't keep up with 108. I mean, even if I'm just taking a little sip, that's going to get dangerous. Dangerous.
Where this dangerous research was occurring, were any American lab oversight or lab investigators, did they ever appear in these labs to make sure that they were safe labs?
Nope.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So one of the main theories for those who have looked at this,
and so they knew that he was going to come in and plead the fifth. So he's building up here, but the game here is, okay, let's put the information out there that he's not going to deny.
Being created in the lab was the idea that could have come from a virus not previously published. Dr. Fauci, are you aware that Dr. Shi, who worked for the Wuhan Institute of Virology, was said to, and I think in her own words, to have over 100 viruses that had not been previously published that could have been a close enough relative to create COVID-19? Are you aware of that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Under your testimony previously, when you denied ever having funded gain of function in China, it was so adamant as to be striking, to leave no room for any interpretation of what is or isn't gain of function research.
Just change the definition. It is, I am the science. It is what I say it is. It's the introduction of a vaccine to an unstable virus only causes more rapid mutation. A mutation in nature is usually less deadly to allow the virus to spread further. Okay, yeah, and then Wicked said, "You're the guy in the back with the glasses, just shaking his head every time he answers." I think we are all that guy. We are all that guy.
But there's another important question: did you fund gain of function research in other biolabs around the world?
Yep, he did.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
The one research project that we do know you did fund is the one that Ron Fauci did. And it's important to talk about because this sort of was the beginning of the debate over gain of function. This wasn't just me. I wasn't even aware of the debate 10 years ago. This was other scientists. Over 200 scientists at the Cambridge Working Group signed a protest because they didn't think you should fund the research, and they didn't think it should even be published because it was sort of a roadmap as to how to make a bioweapon. So what they did was the avian flu, and this is important. It may be the most important question we get to here today. The avian flu has about 50% mortality for humans. The good news, though, about animal viruses is they don't infect humans very well. It will infect humans, but doesn't go human to human very well. Ron Fauci, with the money that you provided to him, did an experiment where he caused purposeful mutations to create a new virus, an avian flu that didn't just infect birds well, but actually infected mammals well, went ferret to ferret in an aerosolized manner. People saw this and were aghast, at the decision-making process that you decided to fund this.
Aghast.
So this is when, the debate came about, and you wrote in support of this in the Washington Post, and you said, even if a scientist is bitten, even if a pandemic should occur, the knowledge is worth the risks.
Guys, this is your signal to go watch Pluribus. I rewatched it the other day. I banged through it in 1 day. It's 9 episodes, and they're like 40 to 50-minute episodes. I mean, we already lived through it. Go watch Pluribus. If you don't know where to find it for free, let me know.
Do you still stand by that? Would you like to qualify at all whether or not the knowledge of gain of function is worth the risks, particularly in this case, since we now know 15 million people died worldwide? Many people believe this came from the lab. Do you think that the risks really are worth the benefits for gain of function research?
And look at that. We got our boy, and the benefits of such experiments and the resulting knowledge outweigh the risks. Meaning that the research, even though we went through all of that shit, he is saying that, well, it was worth it because now we know. Now we have the vaccine. So it's all worth it. It outweighs the risks.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah. All right. We're going to finish with this question, and it's based really on that statement.
I wish he would just be like, like somebody would be like, so if you're just going to plead the fifth, just say fifth. Like, you don't have to say the whole sentence every time.
That general statement in your support for gain of function, the idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagree. They aren't politicians. They're not, I don't know what party they're in. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed. And he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more.
Back.
And he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks of this research do not outweigh the benefits. He said the risk, we shouldn't do it. Richard Ebright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. Says we really shouldn't be doing this at all.
Yeah, but they're not the science. So I mean, like, sure, you can have an opinion, but if you're not the science, then what are we even talking about?
There's a quote also by the Kevin Esfelt quote. Is that at the very end? Kevin Esfelt, who's a CRISPR scientist at MIT, also wrote about.
You guys know about CRISPR, right? That's the gene splicing thing.
This gain of function. I implore every scientist, funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints for plagues. Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain of function research outweigh the risks?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What was that? How did the Chappelle Show bit go? Where, like, he's saying, doing exactly this?
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege. And
Pluribus. Everybody should be watching Pluribus. It's from Vince Gilligan, the same guy who did Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and has some of the people from Better Call Saul. It's a different universe, different story, but it is it's like a sci-fi mystery, but it's very grounded and very like, this feels like this is really happening. And it's about stuff spreading. Get it, go and get it.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer.
Yeah, you watch CYT every day. Got him.
But you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters. You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not recognized, and you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized.
I'm pretty sure this is Fauci's lawyer.
You are not recognized. Security. We'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table, and we told you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
That was I heard another word. Get him out.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci.
Well, maybe if we hear from his lawyers, then, that'll make it better for Fauci. Yeah.
This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise. His lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right. But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Yeah, my girl's like, yo, fuck that shit. Let's go. Let's go. Get him the fuck out of here.
Recognize, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Let's just get him out. Let's just get him out. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Senator Paul.
I just go into your...
He's getting escorted out.
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that he brought along today. Senator Peters.
Got him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The COVID-19 pandemic...
Not for this. Not for this. Maybe if he didn't lie to all of us for the last half a decade, maybe. Maybe if he'd lied for the last half a decade, but come here with some accountability, some remorse. Maybe. But he didn't. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, said like and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. And this is the kind of thing we can get some new people in there. So please do me a favor and share the video. It does not even matter if you think anybody is going to click on the link. Send it to your grandma. Send it to your best friend. Send it to your cousin that you never talked to. It does not matter. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said, fuck Fauci. Rand Paul rules. Bingo. Yup. Best senator out there. Yeah.
Loser. Beta.
This one's
Stupid.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see what the Democrats got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The COVID-19 pandemic is not the first or the last public health crisis to impact our nation. In December 2022,
so that makes it okay to lie.
I released a report that identified significant failures in our federal government's preparedness and initial response to COVID-19. This report contained 17 key findings. It's a very large report, which I have right here. It contains 17 key findings and corresponding recommendations, including the need to invest in sustainable domestic manufacturing capabilities for critical medical supplies.
Hey, shout out to Avery. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. I disagree with you, actually. I disagree with you. I think he is most powerful in this position where he doesn't have to worry about the baggage of the presidency. I mean, I would love to see him as president, but I do think he's better off, sitting right there doing exactly this. But welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Democrats more like demon rats. Like I said, I like Senator Kennedy because he says the funniest shit. Fair enough. Fair enough. The difference here is they shut everything down. It's different than even AIDS. Right. That's the problem. That's the problem.
And sustainable domestic manufacturing capabilities for critical medical supplies. Build the infrastructure needed to surge testing capacity for infectious diseases. And robustly fund public health emergency preparedness and responses across all levels of government. Unfortunately, multiple administrations, including the current Trump administration, have failed to fund or to reform our health preparedness.
Trump bad! Trump bad! You lied to everybody, but Trump bad! Come on, man. What are we doing?
This is something that I would hope the committee in the future would investigate. It needs to be taken a look at.
Trump, real bad.
It also feels like a new public health threat is hitting us every month. There's a foodborne parasite affecting thousands of people in Michigan and across the country, and our federal agencies still haven't fully pinned down the source of that outbreak.
Okay. Are they working on it? Would it be better that they lie and say that it came from a fucking bat in China? Or should they do the work and let us know when the work is done?
Measles cases in this country are at the highest they've been in 35 years. More children are getting sick and even hospitalized from this preventable disease.
All of this is a non sequitur. All of this is completely irrelevant. Nobody is saying that COVID wasn't a bad thing. Nobody is saying that. So bringing up all these other viruses and things and pandemics and that's not what we're doing here. You're not wrong, Peter. But that's not what we're doing here.
Over 1,000 people have died from the Ebola virus in Africa, and we don't know how
in Africa. Okay.
widespread this crisis actually is. We have a hantavirus scare on a cruise ship, and though it hasn't made headlines in the way that the screwworm threatening our food security has, I remain concerned about bird flu that is also spreading and could one day cause a pandemic. This is also something this committee should be investigating and holding hearings on. Since January 2025, the Trump administration has taken a number of actions to...
There you go. There you fucking go. And let's not, there's no like, well, this is last week, so maybe you didn't fucking know. Lies. 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 There is zero. There is nothing to even present as a defense for this, which is exactly why he's pleading the fifth. But let's hear, because this is definitely going to be where a lot of the talking points that you see about this coming from the left over the next few weeks before, the next thing happens. These are the talking points. These are the talking points that they're going to use. I was just thinking about hitting up Speakeasy or somebody to do a debate on whether Fauci should be in prison or something like that. These are the talking points. They're coming up right now.
And holding hearings on. Since January 2025, the Trump administration has taken a number of actions to drastically weaken our ability to fight infectious diseases and biological threats that endanger Americans. These actions are both incomprehensible and are also inexcusable. They include slashing funding for public health and infectious disease research, canceling contracts for cutting-edge vaccine technology, shutting agencies responsible for tackling infectious diseases around the world, firing thousands of federal employees with keeping our communities and our medicines and our food supply safe.
So what? I thought you were a globalist.
And injecting political appointees in what should be non-political grant-making functions. That is something this committee should be looking at. I could go on all the topics that we need to be looking at moving forward to protect this country.
And so just like the Atlantic article, let's actually get the Atlantic. Let's get the actual article. I remember it doesn't let me open and read the full thing, right? Or is that okay? So just the opening. So again, this was Halloween 2022. So we are still in the thick of it. And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't until 2023. I think it was spring 23 when Biden officially announced that the pandemic was over. Remember 14 days to slow the spread? So 2 years after, and really 2 years after it started, and while we're still dealing with all the bullshit. Bullshit. We wore a cloth mask. I made myself. I had a family hand signal. My 4-year-old son on a bridge, and he yelled, social distancing. Precautions were totally misguided. Blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, we didn't know. Well, guess what? We did. And you fucking demonized us and turned us into second-class citizens. And so if you would like to apologize for that, then maybe we can talk about amnesty. But you don't get to fucking slap me in the face and be like, actually, you know what? We should not really be, dealing with that. If you get slapped, like maybe we just get over it. Okay, then let me slap you back. All right, we'll drop the link in the chat if you would like to see for yourself. But, it goes on pretty much more like that. And I think it makes you sign up, but you can find it, But crazy. Just let it go. Amnesty. Because that works so fucking well with the immigrants, right? Quality said the Russell COVID pandemic was a bad flu season. The hysterical response was much worse. Bingo. And that's the problem. That could have been just a thing. Where it's like, oh no, just like this lettuce thing. It could have been just like a small thing. But for years. Let's go back to some of the shit that was actually done here. So what else do we have here? For a bad flu.
You're going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit.
And so that is the role of a doctor, to make your life uncomfortable so that they capitulate to your ideology, right?
And they get vaccinated.
Thank you. Are all objections to COVID vaccinations ideological bullshit, Dr. Fauci?
No, they're not, and that's not what I was referring to.
Well,
that's what you said. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How are we doing? And hey, a shout out to Equality and Deference, because vagina with the $5 rumble ring. Thank you so very much, sir. So bring me up to speed on the demon dwarf. Was there something particularly egregious that engendered his downfall I missed? Nope, you're watching it. He was finally called before the Senate to answer for all the lies that he told during COVID. And 111 times, he invoked the Fifth Amendment. On the advice of my lawyers, I'm not going to answer the question so that I don't incriminate myself. And so we're not going to get any answers from him, but we're going to get a lot of information based on what he's not willing to answer. But yeah, it's just the fact that he lied. Oh, that's right. His diary got leaked. Some diary journal thing got leaked where he was saying stuff explicitly, like we knew it's a bad, like all the shit that we knew that he was like, nuh-uh. And the timing is like, he would be writing the journal and then the next day going on MSNBC and like, oh, the if you get the vaccine, then you can't spread it. That's really what kicked it off. But thank you again for the big 5. Where does that leave us? 75 out of 250 for the week. And 2 out of 15 donos with 15 out of 75 for the night. Thank you so very much. Arrow and Batman holding up the stream. Thank you. 111 times. Jesus titty fucking Indian Jesus Christ monkeys. Yup. Thank you. Oh yeah. There we go. Where are we at? Nikki said, we knew I got banned off Twitter, or I'd bring up my tweets from a week into lockdown predicting that COVID was a goddamn bad flu. You're not allowed to say that. You have to trust the science. I mean, that's not really what we're talking about today, but I'm down with that too. I don't have a Twitter, but I was dreaming of making one and getting a banned speed run. Sounds cool, bro. No, not deportable. The questions are more important than the answers. Indeed. Well, I mean, like, if he was going to give the answers, then that would be more important. But he's not. So it's the questions and the body language. But this is a clip from a different one where he's saying, oh, it's our job to make them uncomfortable. What else do we have here? Oh yeah. This was every fucking child. Every fucking child in America.
Put your mask on. No, you gotta wear it on, honey. No, you gotta keep it on. Put your mask on. There you go. Keep it right there. Yay, Mason! Yay! Keep it on, Mason. Look, we're gonna keep it right here. Look. Peekaboo, I see you. Keep your mask on. Put your mask back on. What are you looking at? Come, keep it on your face. You gotta keep it on your face until we go outside.
That was a normal kid.
There you go.
That was a normal kid.
Mason. No, keep it on.
And I don't even have kids. Just following orders. Just following orders. But you weren't personally hurt, right? So it's totally fine. This destroyed our nation. Oh, and then we got the big one.
Because I represent science. But they're really criticizing science. Because I represent science.
If you're vaccinated, you really don't need to worry about getting it in a way that's serious or transmitting.
Hey, shout out to Jennifer, a.k.a. Arrow, a.k.a. Owl Puke, a.k.a. all the other names again! With the big 10 out sponsoring her goddamn self. Thank you so very, very much. That gets us to 85 out of 250 for the week, 3 out of 15, and 25 out of 75 for the night. Out sponsoring yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Let's take that from the top.
But they're really criticizing science. Because I represent science.
If you're vaccinated, you really don't need to worry about getting it in a way that's serious or transmitting.
That is true. That is correct.
Is it though?
Correct, Chris. It'll either protect you completely against infection, and the chances are very likely that you'll not be able to transmit it to other people. The risk is extremely low of transmitting it to anybody else. Full stop. Vaccinated people are clearly capable of transmitting the infection.
It's almost like that was a lie that he knew was a lie. Equality and deference with a $2 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Said, and a vicarious donation for our good Mr. Johnson. Blessings upon him. Thank you both so very, very much. And yes, that indeed was child abuse. Child abuse. Haram indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Boss with the 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. Said science is a verb, not a noun. Bingo, bingo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh! And the gifted membership. Shout out to 828 Nate, who you are now invited to the after party. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. You guys are coming through. All right, hold on. We got to do some math here. We got to do some math. So we had I did the 5. I didn't get the 10. Right? No, I did get the 10. Okay, we got the 10. So then we got box adding the 5. That brings us to 90. And then the gifted is 93. So that should be, what did I say? 5 and 3. That's 8. What's 5 plus 8? 33. And that's 3. And then, so we had, no, then we got 4. I'm lost. Hold on. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in total. All right, 6 in total. We're at 6 out of 15. There we go. And we had the 33, and then the 7. Boom. $40 out of 50. And we're adding box to the list. Thank you guys so very, very much. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Very, very, very much appreciated. All right. Let's dive back in.
Transmitting the infection. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better. If people are not wearing masks, then maybe we should be mandating it. I often myself wear 2 masks.
And I'm quoting you now, at the population level, masks work at the margins, maybe 10%. To hear that they only work at the margins, maybe 10% would make a lot of people ask, okay, then why was I wearing a mask?
You're really attacking not only Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're attacking science when you say that this is going to go away tomorrow like magic, when you know that there's no chance it's going to just disappear. We hope this just goes away, burns itself out.
So my question is, why weren't you straight with the American people about this to begin with?
So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range.
It seemed...
No, but you said this is what it is. You said that is a true fact, and then it wasn't. Shout out to Cool Frog over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Yeah, Claudia, I know. I just when I'm here, the basic math, I always fucking mess it up. Welcome to Cool Frog. We are going through some of the old clips. So since Fauci didn't answer any of his questions from the hearing, just to remind us who this actually is. And yeah, you guys doing amazing. Thank you. Come on, you're letting your immigrant parents down with that slow math. Yeah, I've been letting them down with that for a while. Now. LP said he told the truth for a split second. I wonder if his mouth burned. Probably. That's why he's not willing to do it tonight. Jeez Louise. All right, diving back in.
With the American people about this to begin with.
So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range.
It seemed in that quote to suggest that you were basing your recommendation on polling and what people could accept. Is that not what you meant?
No, I mean, it's a bit of that.
We're seeing all of these school closures around the country. Is that
I didn't say to close any schools. I don't know what you're talking about.
the right move for children and families?
You know, and I think what's going on right now is generally an appropriate approach. You want to start doing something to socially distance yourself. How dramatic that is, closing schools and doing other things, should be proportionate.
It went too far, that particularly for kids who couldn't go to school except remotely, that it's forever damaged them.
Well, I don't think it's forever irreparably damaged any.
Remember the video we just watched? That kid will never fucking forget that.
The U.S. Surgeon General has called it an urgent public health crisis, a devastating decline in the mental health of kids across the country. According to the CDC, the rates of suicide, self-harm, anxiety, and depression are up among adolescents.
And the record will show, Neil, that we didn't recommend shutting everything down. First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
Got him.
And that was a very difficult decision because I knew it would have serious economic consequences.
So did we all.
It did.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the people that are politicizing me, there's somebody that all the way over on one level. But there are a lot of other people who look upon me the way they should, as a non-political person that I am.
Bro, not a political person.
They're not doing it because they say they don't want to do it. They're Republicans. They don't like to be told what to do. And we got to break that.
I mean, true. But we got to break that. We have to break you to bend to our will with your ideological bullshit, as he says.
But now is the time to do what you're told.
Excuse me? Who the fuck are you talking to?
Where did this virus come from, do you think, today? Did it come from a lab? Was it man-made?
When you have the animal-human interface and you have animals that come out of the wild that are sold at these open, what they call them, wet markets.
Place of origin was not within the market itself.
No, I don't think you could say that.
There's a report today that another intelligence arm of the U.S. government, this is inside our energy department, has joined the FBI in concluding that COVID began with a lab leak in China.
And it's not just him. It's all of them. The entire group of kids that had to deal with the bullshit where they were too young to actually understand what was going on. That you can't undo that. You can't undo that. That's all right. Cool Frog said, I mean, I voted for Obama a few times to vote for Trump thrice. It is what it is. Fair enough. I've only ever voted twice. Trump in 24. Please don't leave. And Hillary in 2016. I know. I didn't know what I didn't know. I was a Bernie bro. They fucked him over and they told me that the world would be over if Donald Trump won. And they got me. But I'm on the right side now.
Has joined the FBI in concluding that COVID began with a lab leak in China.
That the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
We now know
Just hit up DoorDash.
that a bat coronavirus was enhanced in a lab. The National Institutes of Health acknowledged that it funded research of a virus that was...
Buck said there's no basis here. He was one voice of many. This is just like Alex Jones, just different. How is okay? Explain yourself. So there was just a bunch of people talking, right? And Fauci was just some guy, right? That's what you're saying, right? I mean, I don't know where to go with that. Yeah, Cool Frog said Bernie would have won that shit. The Dems fucked that up. And maybe it all worked out the way that it should, but they definitely lost me as a default liberal. And now I'm definitely not a default anything and very strong in my positions, but they got me to vote for Hillary. So you always got to be careful. You always got to be careful that they're fucking you. No. Yeah, like he was just some guy. There was many voices. That sucks. I could DoorDash some Fireball right now. I could have quit your job and not went to stores. You still had freedom. You all just... Yep, you're right, Box. Nobody here was aggrieved. Because you were perfectly fine. This is what we call solipsism. What was the first? If it was, wasn't so long ago, I pulled up. The first thing that Box said is, I don't really care because my life was not harmed. I don't really care because my life wasn't harmed. So therefore, everybody else whose life was harmed and damn near ruined because of my life being fine, you should also think it's fine. Stupid. That is the dumbest thing I think you may have ever said. And you say a lot of dumb shit. And we were free to do the things that they told us we could do. I mean, what are you talking about, bro?
The National Institutes of Health acknowledged that it funded research of a virus that was studied at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The experiment, unexpectedly, we're told, made a bat coronavirus more contagious than the original naturally occurring one.
Take an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans.
Damn, he looks a lot longer.
You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator...
You don't know what you're talking about, Senator Paul, okay? We're talking about directed evolution, where I take the virus and I add some function to it so that there's more function, but it's not called gain of function. I am the science.
Transmissibility to humans? Right. You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly.
That will live in my head. You don't know what you're talking about, quite frankly. That will live in my head forever.
And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about.
They took animal viruses that only occur in animals and they increased their transmissibility to humans. How you can say that is not gain of function?
It is not.
What we're talking about now is the gain of function research in studies that increase predominantly the transmissibility as well as pathogenesis and alteration of host range of the virus.
Nobody's lying here, Senator. It is you.
Projection. If somebody's lying here, Senator Paul, it is you. Psych. So remember, these, so going back to the hearing, these are going to be the Democrat talking points. When people are talking about this, this is where they're getting it.
Political appointees in what should be non-political grant-making functions. That is something this committee should be looking at. I could go on all the topics that we need to be looking at moving forward to protect this country. We're not doing that in this committee. That's what the... This committee was designed to do. It's what it has done throughout history. It has done it in a bipartisan way. We should get back to that and think about the future of this country and keeping this country safe. When a crisis like COVID-19 strikes, we have an obligation to examine what went right and what went wrong to provide accountability for the American people. Congress certainly has done that. Between the House and Senate, nearly 20 different committees, including this committee.
No principles, just positions. My position is that I was not harmed, therefore it is not a bad thing. Liberal logic.
As I mentioned, have conducted oversight of the COVID-19 pandemic, conducting transcribed interviews, holding dozens of hearings, and released more than 10 reports. Today's exercise, unfortunately, is a stark departure from those largely bipartisan, legitimate efforts. The chairman has shut the minority out of participating equally in these efforts, withheld information, selectively released documents, actions that completely undermine the credibility of this investigation. I will enter a record without objection, Mr. Chairman, a letter that I sent to you that detailed all of those areas that we have concern with and where we were shut out.
So again, we're just saying, look, guys, there's a lot of dangerous things. So it's okay that Fauci lied.
Without objection.
We'll provide other details as well. I think today's hearing, unfortunately, does real damage. It's tempting to turn.
Oh, the hearing does damage. The hearing does damage. But lying to the American people, shutting down the economy, shutting down churches, not letting people die with dignity alone, that doesn't do damage.
One person into the scapegoat for a crisis that hundreds of officials across both the Trump and the Biden administration were responsible for handling.
Oh, well, look at that. The exact same thing that Box is talking about. It's almost like they're in a fucking cult.
And it does so in a way that people that are facing death threats, this is only going to, unfortunately, deter other scientific experts from public service.
When I'm pro-social programs, Box said, but who will want to help when this is the outcome for lying? When you can't corrupt the entire country, nobody's going to want to do this job. Good. What's going to happen, what the outcome is that people who are in these positions will be held accountable. They will see what is happening to this frogurt, Fauci, right now, and think, the next time I want to enrich myself or become famous by lying to the American people about their health, maybe they'll think twice about it. That will be the outcome. That will be the outcome. Maybe not even. But that is at least the attempt. And it's sad to me that you can't see that.
Understand that this is what they would have to go through as they provide their advice to us. We're not going to make our nation safer, and I hope that we can restore by doing these kinds of activities. And I hope that we can restore our legitimate bipartisan oversight that's going to help strengthen our public health and pandemic preparedness and other homeland priorities.
Oh, you mean like we did in 2020, right? That's kind of the whole thing here. They were mean to him. Like, he just lied a little bit. He only caused the deaths of a few 100,000 people. I mean, like, oh my God. Oh my God.
That's what this committee needs to focus on. It hasn't the last year and a half. Let's hope it does in the future. Thank you.
Hey, shout out to American AF boy. And I don't know, I plead the fifth. Fair enough. Fair enough. What does equality say here? Yeah, right? He's lucky the only thing that's happened is getting questioned. I mean, that may not be the end of it, but yeah. Well, it says, uh-oh, Box has been huffing paint fumes again. Nope. That's just how his mind works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Johnson.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Fauci, I hope the American people listen very carefully to Chairman.
This is, I didn't understand. So Dick's saying, how can his testimony incriminate him when he's already been pardoned? I don't fully understand. Because my interpretation, and Josh Hawley will address this directly, but my interpretation was that with the pardon means that if you're put on the stand or in a hearing, then you cannot use the Fifth Amendment. So I think it has something to do with state versus federal. I don't know exactly, but if one of you guys know, let me know.
Paul's opening statement. I think it's a stunning indictment of the actions you've taken that have been so destructive to global health. I certainly understand why you needed a pardon. Yep. I certainly understand why, on the advice of counsel, you're not answering any questions, because I think it would be almost impossible for you to answer the questions truthfully without really demonstrating what you did, your culpability.
All right, so let's see. ChatGPT, why was Fauci able to invoke the Fifth Amendment if he was pardoned? I thought he wasn't allowed to do that given the pardon. All right, well. That's a good question. The answer is more nuanced than a pardon means you can't take the Fifth. The Fifth Amendment protects against being compelled to give testimony that could incriminate you. If a person has been given a valid, complete pardon covering all federal crimes related to the subject being asked about, then as a general rule, they can no longer invoke the Fifth Amendment as to those pardoned federal offenses because there's no longer a risk of federal prosecution for them. However, and I do mean how, and then ever, there are several reasons Fauci's lawyers may still have advised him to invoke the Fifth. The pardon does not protect against future crimes, such as perjury or making false statements. But I get that. But that's what I thought we were doing. Like, you don't get to protect yourself with the Fifth because you got pardoned for other crimes. So if you did other crimes, then that sucks to suck. If he testified and prosecutors later allege he lied, the pardon would not shield him from a new perjury charge arising from the testimony. Again, I thought that was the entire point, the trade-off of the pardon. When the scope and validity of the pardon can become an issue, there's been a political and legal debate over the breadth and validity of Biden's preemptive pardons, although no court has ruled Fauci's pardon invalid. Some have argued that there is at least uncertainty about what conduct is covered. Congress cannot unilaterally decide whether a Fifth Amendment claim is valid. A witness may invoke the privilege, and if someone believes the invocation is improper, that can ultimately be litigated in court. So that's probably the next step. That, like, if you invoke the Fifth, were you able to do that? And then if the question is no, they bring you back in and ask the same question, and you don't get to not answer. Yeah. So not as simple as we thought. Not as simple as we thought. Where are we? LMP, you said, I'll never forget the before and after of an elderly woman in assisted living. In the before, she was older, but had a bright smile and was as active as she was able. The after, she looked 20 years older. Dude, why are we going after Fauci, right, Box? It was Tim Pool says prison, so probably nada. Probably. Claude is leaving us already. Oh, thank you so very much for hanging out. You have a good one. You definitely are on one tonight. Anything you say can be unknowingly used to hang you, period. You can always plead the Fifth, unless the auto pen was overturned. I thought it would be because of the auto pen. I don't know. Whatever. He was pardoned for crimes he committed from 2014 until Biden left office. This does not include the perjury he has engaged in since then. But this is the first time he's speaking publicly. That's what I'm not understanding. I don't know. Like, none of the things that they're asking are relevant to after Biden. The things that they're asking are relevant to when he was there. I don't know. If I'm understanding it correctly, then I hope this is like, they clearly are all very prepared for him not answering anything. But I hope the next part, and that's why we're saying the questions are so important. The next piece, hopefully, should be the distinction on whether or not that invocation of the Fifth was legal or appropriate, or whatever the fuck you want to say.
What you did, your culpability, self-incriminating. We have, all of us, has prepared a lot. I've been deluged with questions.
Deluged.
Dr. Anthony Fauci. There are so many legitimate questions that deserve answers, and now you're not willing to provide those answers. So with my limited time, I'm going to talk about things that my investigation revealed that have not been adequately
She's back.
answered, but honestly haven't been adequately covered by the legacy media. I'll kind of combine the questions into kind of one, but I certainly, let's put up the last COVID chart. I was warned pretty early on about the dangers of the experimental gene therapy.
All right, wait. So he has appeared. Okay, so I didn't see that he had done that. Let's say they ask, "What did you have for dinner, Doc?" And he says, "A short lobster." Short lobster are illegal under the Lacey Act. He could be indicted for that. Right. I'm not confused as to what the purpose of the Fifth Amendment is. I'm confused as to the relationship between getting a pardon and using the Fifth Amendment. Not what does the Fifth Amendment do. Not can you be charged for things that you say in court.
I was warned pretty early on about the dangers of the experimental gene therapy that you've called a vaccine, but it really falls under the definition of gene therapy. So,
what does this say? Drug adverse event comparison. So we have the ivermectin. Well, let's see if he goes over the numbers.
I was going to ask you, I mean, were you carefully monitoring the safety surveillance systems like VAERS and vSafe that literally were deluged with complaints? You know, currently, worldwide, there have been almost 1.7 million adverse events reported to the VAERS system. Of those, over 39,000 were deaths. And of those deaths, 24% occur on the day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days.
Guys, I understand what the Fifth Amendment is. That's not my question. That was never my question. I understand that anything that you say can be used against you. I'm not retarded. I've been to court. I've been arrested. I understand that. That was not my question. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Oh my fucking goodness. 20 gifted memberships. Of course, we got a treat for Morty. And I believe that gets us the goal. Let's see. We are at what? That is 60. So we're 51, 53 out of 250. That is 7 out of 15. And $100, which means the goal is met. You know what that means. Yeah, you know.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind joined this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Where we at? Let's fucking go. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you so very, very much. All right, we at welcome to Funkmaster. We got all that. Trying to explain to me the fucking Fifth Amendment. Bonk said someone needs to make an AI version of Fauci, only black with a thick accent, telling on himself and everyone. Okay. Funkmaster said, we're all winners because the Overlord allows it. Praise the Overlord. Dilly fucking dilly. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Let's dive back in. I'll keep you up here so you can check him out. Thank you very, very much. Nope, that
24% of those, over 39,000 were deaths. And of those deaths, 24% occur on the day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. 24%, which, by the way, just happens to be the same percentage that a Rasmussen poll pointed out. The American public believe 24% of the American public believe they know somebody who died of the experimental gene therapy. So again, I was certainly interested.
Well, yeah, but how do you know it's them? Like, they could have just died any old reason, right?
In asking you whether or not you were following this as carefully as I was. It's not my responsibility to follow safety surveillance systems, but I did. And by the way, when I published, this is actual government information. When I published it and people had me on their shows, they would be censored by Facebook. They'd be deplatformed I think largely behest of the actions you took to make sure that disinformation wasn't spread. This wasn't disinformation. This was the truth. So I was going to...
Misinformation and disinformation. Buzzwords that destroyed the media apparatus.
Ask you whether you knew Dr. Marks. I think you do know him. He's the head of CBER. He's the man who's in charge of approving vaccines and surveillance.
I'm not going to answer any questions.
My investigation shows that on March 1st of 2021, less than 3 months after the emergency use authorizations, he was warned by Dr. Anna Scharsman, data mining expert, that the algorithm they were using to analyze VAERS data was going to hide in mass safety signals. 26 days later, and 3 months consecutively after that, they did data runs with a new algorithm that unmasked those safety signals. They showed dozens of safety signals.
So it doesn't look like he's going to specifically talk about the numbers. So let's see. We have a drug adverse event comparison. So we have the ivermectin. That was the worst thing ever. 5,000 and 500 deaths. We got the hydroxychloroquine, which was evil yet again. 37,000, 5,000 deaths. All right, where the numbers are going up. The flu vaccines themselves, 250,000, 250,000 adverse effects, but only 2,000 deaths. Fair enough. Then we go down and remember when all the pregnant women were taking Tylenol because they were like, Trump said that Tylenol is not good for pregnant women, which is something Tylenol has been saying forever. So I'm going to take some Tylenol. Even that is up to 184,000. So first of all, the first thing I noticed is that I'm glad that I just naturally had the idea that probably don't need a flu vaccine, never had one, and of course, an incredible number of adverse effects. And even though not a lot of deaths, like adverse effects are not fun. Then we go to the COVID vaccines. Remember, the highest we had was the flu vaccine. This is over 1.5 million adverse effects and 39,000 deaths. That's the science.
That unmasked those safety signals. They showed dozens of safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, cerebral artery occlusion, basal ganglia stroke, agonal rhythm, Bell's palsy, and pulmonary infarction.
That's a heart attack.
Your diaries now show that you actually suffered.
I think you're trolling me. I think you're trolling. It's okay that people died from this because people die anyway. What? You're an insane person.
Pulmonary infarction in, I think, probably June 2021. I was just wondering whether it ever went through your mind that maybe that injection, all those boosters you took might have caused that. And the question I was going to, and I'll ask this question, were you ever made aware of the fact that Peter Marks was warned that the algorithm was going to hide the safety signals? And were you told that senior FDA officials were given shown dozens of safety signals associated with the COVID injection?
Yeah, the death tolls of COVID were completely made up, not the adverse effects.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Next area I want to go through is in that same month of March 2021, an employee at NIH, Dr. Nath, led a team of researchers who were diagnosing and treating individuals who'd never had COVID but were severely injured by the genetic therapy injections.
With COVID or from COVID?
Dr. Nath told those individuals, stay quiet. We want to make sure that we gather all the information and then release it to doctors so they can treat people like yourself. But there was a concerted effort, and I'll enter this in the record. It appears inside NIH to quash Dr. Nath's publishing that study. It finally was put on a preprint server with telling no one, and I think about May of 2022. I think what's noteworthy about this is Dr. Nath told the injured participants that early treatment, early intervention was crucial for them to be treated. And yet within the NIH, they were questioning what was Dr. Nath doing. They didn't want to publish that because, and I want to take time searching for it, because publishing it would create vaccine hesitancy, which is what we continue to hear time and time again, is the reason they didn't promote they lied about the safety signals.
It's okay to lie because we need the people to do what we want them to do. It doesn't matter if the people don't want to do that thing to their body. We want them to do it, and that's all that matters.
They were seeing. Throughout the pandemic, I always push early treatment. We've got things in here where, you were really concerned about remdesivir because it was untested, but hydroxychloroquine, yeah, it was an approved drug. Maybe some
Fox is so mad. Fox is so mad, bro. I think you might be gay, bro.
Issues, but we had a great deal of experience with it. All of a sudden, you had the Surgisphere study. It was retracted within 2 weeks because it was completely false. Totally blew up the use of hydroxychloroquine. And then when it comes to ivermectin,
I think you just might be gay, bro. That's totally fine. It's 2026. You can be gay if you're gay. But I think you're gay.
which, by the way, because I was contacted by so many people, I referred them to doctors who actually had the courage and compassion to treat vaccine-injured individuals. It works. But I was going to ask you whether you were involved in the FDA.
Oh, no, the fuck they were not. They were very fucking loud. Just not saying that. No principles, just positions. I should be able to get an abortion, and that statement helps me get that thing. I think that people who don't get the vaccine are bad, so I say that they're bad. I mean, how often do we come back to this point? No principles, just positions. Whatever is going to help me right now is my position. It's not based on anything else except for the fact that is beneficial for me in this moment.
Attack on ivermectin. You had a interview on CNN on August 29th of 2021, where, again, I just don't want to take time to
prove it. Pics or it didn't happen.
Find the exact quote, but so there's no evidence. There's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful.
You're
on that
not
exact
helping
same
yourself,
day, and
bro.
I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are.
Got 'em.
Showing 60, 70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence.
And let's not forget about what they did to Joe Rogan. Made his face fucking yellow and lied about what he was taking.
Loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals. Just, would you try it? So I would want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there was no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that
yeah. So it's like, if we have all these studies that hydroxychloroquine can work, ivermectin can work as a preventative measure, then you, as the guy who is behind this vaccine and saying, oh, everybody has to do it, well, that kind of conflicts now, doesn't it? That kind of conflicts now, doesn't it? Fifth.
That why you help sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses...
Government subsidies.
Are you aware of the fact that nurses called it run, death is near?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
But let me end on this note, because this just came to light. We've got 11 million pages of documents. We also have other people who are in the room. But
new stuff.
Now you actually lied to your own diary. On March 27, 2020, you wrote in your diary, to my surprise yesterday, the POTUS sent a letter to governors outlining a plan to reopen county by county while monitoring the spread of virus in low-risk counties. This was half-baked and never shown to Deb or I before it was sent out. So we have evidence that, in fact, you were fully aware of it and certainly approved, if not authored it. So I was simply asking you, is that true? I mean, did you literally lie to your own diary? Did you know of that letter sent out to governors about reopening county by county? Again, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to ask the witness to just answer that one simple question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hassan.
Dilly.
Dr. Fauci, I want to start by thanking you for more than 50 years of service to this country.
Oh, okay, a Democrat.
At the National Institutes of Health. And it is unfortunate that you have been put in the position that you are in today. And it must be enormously frustrating to know that this hearing is designed to entrap you. It must
entrap you into telling the truth.
How dare you?
What a horrible, horrible thing. Right? So yeah, we got Democratic Party. She is... Give me the fucking... New Hampshire. She's a New Hampshire Democrat. And so again, when we hear these Democrats, this is what the well, if you didn't lie in the first place, then you wouldn't have to keep your story straight. It's almost like tell the truth in the first place, and you cannot be entrapped into lying unknowingly. But again, yes, we have Democrats. I don't know if we necessarily need to listen to all of the Democrats. But again, these are the talking points. Charismatic Fiend, gotta run. You have a good one.
Must be very frustrating for your attorneys to hear the chair's mischaracterization of the legal issues and posture that impact your decisions at the witness table today. Meanwhile, I was going to ask you a series of questions about things that are relevant right now to the people of the United States about the state of public health in this country.
Okay, let's go for it.
Since President Trump took office in 2025, more than 4,500 cases of measles have been reported. That is more cases in the year and a half since Donald Trump has been president.
So again, we're going down the same line of, well, there's other bad things. So why are we mad at Fauci for lying about the worst thing?
Then were reported from 2000 to 2024 combined. Children are dying because there has been increased vaccine hesitancy, fueled by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Nope. As I've told you many times over the years, that my initial thought was that, I don't, in the same way that I've never gotten a flu shot. I was like, I'm not going to worry about that. But I'm sure at some point they'll, say, okay, you're going to have a vaccine mandate and, I'll just get it when it becomes inconvenient. It was Fauci's lies that created that vaccine hesitancy. Unequivocally. There was no other way to slice it. It is his fault that I personally became hesitant about the vaccine. Full stop. But no, it's RFK's
and frankly,
fault.
His entire administration.
He doesn't have an administration.
Thousands of people in the United States of America have been sickened by a food-borne parasite, and the outbreak is nowhere near under control, as staffing at the FDA and other critical public health entities has been slashed by Russell Vought and Elon Musk.
Even if they were, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? They let millions of unvaccinated third worlders into the country. Of course measles went up, for fuck's sake. It's almost like actions have consequences. Insane. How liable is he? How do you sign liability? That's why I compare it to Alex Jones. I don't know, to be honest with you. But lock him up. Put him under the jail.
Last year, the National Institutes of Health awarded 201 fewer grants compared to the previous years.
And so that makes it okay for him to lie.
207, I am corrected.
Lying to under oath to the American people when he said when he was originally talking to Senator Paul. Would you like to see the clip once again? Which one was it? I know it's here somewhere. All right, maybe we didn't get to it yet. All right, so let's see what else we got. There's more. Just in case you missed this one, we got it.
Dear Diary, for better or worse, I am becoming an international celebrity. Calls from all over the world. It is not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country. Brad Pitt plays me on Saturday Night Live and thanks me in a very serious tone after his skit. The swag around me is getting really ridiculous. Had great call with Barbara Streisand. Press still hot and heavy about me. Petitions to vote me sexiest man alive. Major stories about my basketball career at Regis. Jeez.
You guys could deal with Box. I mean, I feel like Box is being purposely opaque on this, and purposely opaque on this, and purposely not understanding what we're saying because he wants to make some kind of conversation, and I'm not playing that game. I'm just not in the mood. We had Fetterman saying, shit, I was wrong about that. We had the
safe from the disease. This brings in the implications that there are other ways, just plain close contact. And given the long incubation period of this,
before I was even born,
disease, we may be starting to see, as we're seeing virtually as the months go by, other groups that can be involved. And seeing it in children is really quite disturbing.
You say other close contact? Give me some examples.
Well, for example, if the close contact of a child is a household contact, perhaps there will be a certain number of cases of individual who are just living with and in close contact with someone with AIDS or at risk of AIDS who does not necessarily have to have intimate sexual contact or share a needle, but just the ordinary close contact that one sees in normal interpersonal relationships. Now that.
So you want to talk about vaccine hesitancy and bad ideas about what's really going on? He told, what does it say? Yeah, he told, is it the whole thing? Yeah, he told everyone AIDS can be passed on to general household contacts in the midst of the thing. And then, of course, we have all the coincidences, just random coincidences, right? This has nothing to do with COVID. It's just people passing out. And so this is nothing. We should ignore this entirely. We should not even question whether this is connected. Because that would be mean and maybe a little bit icky. This is not something we need to worry about unless it has happened to you personally. Right, Box? Didn't happen to you. Didn't happen to you.
I am not feeling well.
That's not Box either. Why are we caring? It's not Box yet. Where's the video? Where's the video of Box passing out?
First, it starts to get really nauseous.
What? I'll take it. What are you doing? Montana.
Yep. Like I said, what should the punishment be? And I'm with Funk. Public lashings once every 6 months until he dies of sadness and old age. Sounds about right. What else we got here? What was this one?
You were going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Yeah. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
Thank you. Are all objections to COVID vaccinations ideological bullshit, Dr. Fauci?
No, they're not, and that's not what I was referring to.
Well,
okay, so then you were lying all that time before. You know, the kid. I think it was this one. Maybe it was the one we already.
But they're really criticizing science because I represent.
I am the science.
Science.
If you're vaccinated, you really don't need to worry about getting it in a way that's serious or transmitting.
That is true. That is correct, Chris. It'll need to protect you completely against infection, and the chances are very likely that you'll not be able to transmit it to other people. The risk is extremely low of transmitting it to anybody else. Full stop. Vaccinated people are clearly capable of transmitting the infection. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better. If people are not wearing masks, then maybe we should be mandating it. I often myself wear 2 masks.
And I'm quoting you now, at the population level, masks work at the margins, maybe 10%. To hear that they only work at the margins, maybe 10%, would make a lot of people ask, okay, then why was I wearing a mask?
You're really attacking not only Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're attacking science when you say that this is going to go away tomorrow like magic, when you know that there's no chance it's going to just disappear. We hope this just goes away, burns itself out.
So my question is, why weren't you straight with the American people about this to begin with?
So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range.
It seemed in that quote to suggest that you were basing your recommendation on polling and what people could accept. Is that not what you meant?
No, I mean, it's a bit of that.
We're seeing all of these school closures around the country. Is that the right move for children and families?
You know, and I think what's going on right now is generally an appropriate approach. You want to start doing something to socially distance yourself. How dramatic that is, closing schools and doing other things, should be proportionate.
It went too far, that particularly for kids who couldn't go to school except remotely, that it's forever.
Nice. I'm going to see Spider-Man tomorrow. I got my ticket. I was like, you know what? I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be fun. So I'm probably going to do that and then come home and tell you all about it. See, the problem is, got you, Trey. The problem is, Bucks, that you as a single individual saying, well, people should stop watching mainstream media. Yes, I agree. that doesn't change the fact that millions of people already do. So you don't get around the fact that he lied to the people because you say the people shouldn't have been watching where he was being lied to. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Nothing that you say makes any fucking sense. We got Trey Williams in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Send the $2 cash app for the love of the game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much, sir. He's like, no more peanut butter? We got to get that $10 and up for the peanut butter unless you want to be pooping orange. You have some on your ear? You have some peanut butter on your ear. Here. There you go. Now you got it. There you go. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And welcome to the party. Where does that leave us? 155 out of 250 for the week. That is 8 out of 15 for the night and 102 out of 75 for the night. That's right. We have hit the goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much. Let's grab a couple more of these things, and then we'll hop back in with you guys having a little bit of a refreshed mind as to what exactly was going on.
Damage them. Well, I don't think it's forever irreparably damaged anyone.
The U.S. Surgeon General has called it an urgent public health crisis, a devastating decline in the mental health of kids across the country. According to the CDC, the rates of suicide, self-harm, anxiety, and depression are up among adolescents.
And the record will show, Neil, that we didn't recommend shutting everything down. First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down. And that was a very difficult decision because I knew it would have serious economic consequences, which it did.
Whoopsie!
Yeah. Because if you look at the people that are politicizing me, there's somebody that all the way over on one level.
Right, let's see if this has the Rand Paul thing, because that was really specifically what I was looking for. Is it this part?
That the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
We now know that a bat coronavirus was enhanced in a lab. The National Institutes of Health acknowledged that it funded research of a virus that was studied at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The experiment unexpectedly, we're told, made a bat coronavirus more contagious than the original naturally occurring one.
Take an animal virus and you increase its
This is what I was looking for. So this is straight up perjury.
ability to humans.
Right.
You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite
and the sass.
frankly. And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about.
They took animal viruses that only occur in animals and they increased their transmissibility to humans. How you can say that is not gain of function?
It is not.
What we're talking about now is the gain of function research in studies that increase predominantly the transmissibility as well as pathogenesis and alteration of host range of the virus.
Nobody is lying here, Senator. It is you. I'd have to laugh at that.
I said, shit, me too, because it's fucking insane. Nigga says you need to play box the threat to our democracy news montage so that he understands the government media lockstep situation. He knows specifically. That is his argument. His argument is we all know that the mainstream media is shit. And so if you listen to it, then it's your fault that you got lied to. You know, victim blaming. Shout out to Spider Queen. So she'll probably tidy up a bit. Do what you gotta do. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Is that another arrow? Is that another arrow? We said the shot was only good for boomers, even though it didn't stop from getting or spreading it. It was not good for the rest of the population, especially young kids. Bingo. Yep. God damn it, I keep doing that. What else we got here before we dive back in? Speaking, perfect. Speaking of the media being in lockstep and wondering why are we focusing on this one guy? That doesn't make sense. A lot of people were saying things, right?
The single most respected voice on the pandemic It's Dr. Anthony Fauci.
The man who's become known as America's doctor. The nation's top infectious disease expert, Anthony Fauci.
You are seen to many as a superhero.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, American hero and New York Yankee fan.
You've done so much for this country in terms of this crisis, so I really appreciate your insight.
Who better to give us answers that we can trust than Dr. Anthony Fauci?
Perfect person to answer our questions today. Joining us now, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, appreciate your candor. Dr. Fauci, appreciate the...
I think it could have been Cool Frog over on Rumble was another Arrow account.
Candor.
We appreciate your service to this country.
We appreciate your service.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Greatly appreciate your service to America.
Thank you for your 37 years of service, I believe, to 7 presidents, and thank you for your work over the past year.
The great news is you're sticking around in the...
Right, exactly. And he's saying the average person doesn't think every news station is lying to them on behalf of their government. We know that because we are the people who, in the summer before the midterms, are regularly talking about politics. That is not how people, most people act. We are the weird ones. We are the fringe. Politics is not a thing that people are thinking about right now. I forget exactly why I said that. But yeah, like we know that. We know that. But you can't say because of the fair. But you still have to acknowledge the reality that whether or not the mainstream media is right or wrong, people, especially before this, trusted these channels, these platforms. And so for you to just, you should have known better. That is explicitly the same as asking a girl who was raped, what was she wearing? Now, hey, we can have a conversation about whether or not you should be wearing this, that, and the other. That's a conversation, but it still is victim blaming. And what you are doing is victim blaming. Spider Queen, feeling seen. Love new people. Even if I think that you might be somebody else. We love you here. All right, now I'm back again.
Biden administration. We are so grateful to you, Dr. Fauci, for everything you do.
Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you very much for everything that you do.
Thanks so much for the work that you do.
Thank you very much for the reassurance and, as always, for all of your public service. Thank you, Dr.
Why did people trust this?
Dr. Fauci.
Thank you for all your guidance this past year, and it's greatly appreciated.
Dr. Fauci, on behalf of all of our viewers here in the U.S. and around the world, thanks very much for doing what you're doing. Thank you.
And don't forget about the death counter, the CNN death counter. Cases so far, deaths so far today. Fake numbers.
Thanks very much for joining us. Please thank your entire team as well. We are all grateful.
Get your rest because we need you.
You are one of the busiest scientists in the country right now. It is an honor to have some of your time to help us understand what is going on. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions, so we appreciate your time, sir.
We need people to continue to have faith in science. So thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for being straight with us. Thank you for being able to come on. You will always have this show as a platform.
Sir, whenever you can be here, we'll have you. It's always an honor to have time with you. Thanks for being here.
Good enough for you, sir.
And where are all these people?
Dr. Fauci.
Where are all these people now? Ironically, Chris Cuomo is probably the best spot of everybody that we've seen. They were destroyed by this. They were destroyed by this because they lied to the American people.
Thank you for keeping it straight. Thank you for fighting the good fight.
I am sincerely appreciative that you are not walking away from this post. You make us smarter and safer and better every day. Thank you so much, Dr. Fauci.
Fucking cocks. God damn it, I did it again. The goal was to break you.
What are we going to do about those other states?
Oh my God. They're going to keep the outbreak smoldering in the country. It's so crazy. I mean, they're not doing it because they say they don't want to do it. They're Republicans. They don't like to be told what to do. Right. And we got to break that, unpack that.
How you guys doing with vaccine?
I'm waiting for them to be able to. Oh, you should get it first. Okay, that way you won't give it to them.
Oh, I thought I would give it to them if I get it.
No, not at all. In fact, we got to get you vaccinated so that if you were to get infected, you could pass it on to them. So you're actually protecting your family by getting it vaccinated.
What are we going to do about those other states?
Lies. Lies, 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 lies. Because it also, the majority of a lot of people's lives, it was a crime for news to lie or engage in propaganda. Canada and the U.S. repealed those laws. I wonder why. So they could lie. What else we got here from November of 2020?
We don't want to be told what to do. Well, I understand that, but now is the time to do what you're told. And I think it really is something that we should be doing right now. But we don't.
No. Who the fuck is you? Oh, yeah, Thanksgiving.
If someone in your family isn't vaccinated, should you ask them not to show up?
Yes, I would do that. I mean, I think we're dealing with a serious enough situation right now that if there's an unvaccinated person, I would say, I'm very sorry, but not this time. Maybe another time when this is all over.
If someone in your family isn't vaccinated, should you ask them not to?
No Thanksgiving for you. No Thanksgiving for you. This is a funny one. All right, so we got a couple more. We'll save those. Let's dive back in here and see what this bitch is saying. Keep an eye on that clock. Oh, wait, you already hit the goal. Shout out to you guys.
Compared to previous years. As those grants were either canceled or delays, especially at the beginning of the Trump administration, I can tell my colleagues what the impact was on people in New Hampshire, on scientists in New Hampshire, on clinical trials in New Hampshire, where people's cancer treatment was interrupted because Elon Musk and Russell Vogt know better.
They did, though. Like, that's why we're here. Because the things that they say, or rather, the things that they said were correct, and the things that he said were incorrect. But Elon bad, so Elon said it. Cool Frog said they're all lying to you. Everyone is doing it.
They say, than the people at NIH about what to fund. And because they did some sort of word search, it seems, for some of the grants, and boy, oh boy, if you were studying rural health in New Hampshire and trying to understand how to better engage people who need health care in rural America, that was off the table.
And again, you can see the condescension. Well, I know better than you. I know that you need this. All I need to do is force you into doing what I want you to do because I have the right opinion and you don't. America.
America is losing researchers and scientists to other countries.
Because the fucking main guy is lying to the entire country?
Because researchers and scientists, highly trained, highly qualified, invested in often by the American taxpayer, are finding the hostility from this administration.
Uh-huh. And why is that? Why is that, Miss Hassan?
So strong that it interferes with their science, and they want to pursue science wherever that science takes them. I also sit on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. We have had a number of hearings.
All right, I'm over this bitch. Let's go on to the next Republican.
Because you had a distinguished career trying to put Americans' public health first. With that, I yield.
Senator Lankford.
Chairman, thank you.
Frog is right. George Soros owns most, if not all, of the mainstream media. It's important to, because of the fact that people still watch that stuff, and like normal people still trust that stuff, it's important to know what is being said. Because if you're just living in a different world, which, I mean, we kind of are, it's going to be very difficult to communicate if you don't know what's going on in their world. But this is our world. Let's fucking go.
Dr. Fauci, thanks for coming today. I know you're invoking your Fifth Amendment right, which you have the right to be able to do constitutionally. But thanks for coming and be a part of this. There are a lot of issues and a lot of questions that have come up, and hopefully in some day in the future, we'll be able to get all this clarity to be able to pull together. There were over 1 million Americans that died from COVID. You know that well. You were tracking the numbers literally every single day. Those affected and those that...
Yeah, I'm sure that's completely irrelevant. And then American scientists think there's 10 genders, and we need to listen to children. We need to listen to what children feel instead of medical science. But it's our fault. It's our fault.
Literally every single day, those affected and those that died from the earliest days. There are a lot of lessons that we've got to learn from this, that we should put into history to be able to determine what happens in the future. How do we respond in the future? How do we deal with something like this again? It was uncharted territory for everyone. But I would tell you, countless families, including my own, watched a loved one die behind glass or through a screen because we couldn't get access to them. Children couldn't get to school. People missed their prom or graduation ceremonies. There were lots of things that happened that dramatically changed the future of the country.
He's a Republican from Oklahoma.
The mental health issues that we have continued to deal with from the isolation have been profound. Even something as simple as children that wore masks or around adults wearing masks for all that time are slower in learning language now because they couldn't watch someone's lips moving, and so there's
That's a very important part of the physiological development of language is watching and mimicking, especially the kid like we saw here. I explicitly said, I wonder I wonder how this kid is doing today.
Put your mask on. No, you gotta wear it on, honey. No, you gotta keep it on. Put your mask on.
How is this okay?
There you go. Keep it right there. Yay, Mason! Yay! Keep it on, Mason.
And then the other aspect of like, oh, you're doing good when adults just force you to do things that physically that you don't want to do, just go along with it. That's a good message, right? That's a good message, right? Insane.
are slower in learning language now because they couldn't watch someone's lips moving, and so they're slower in that. Amazingly enough, churches and places of worship were forced to be closed down. There were even churches that met where the pastor preached in the parking lot and the congregants all met in their cars with windows up, and police came and scattered them and said, "You can't be here." The simple act of social distancing became an issue as everyone guessed what's the right distance to be away from someone else.
Oh yeah, was there any scientific basis for the 6 feet? No? Didn't think so.
Literacy rates have declined. All these things are results, not to mention the loss of lives and the health experiences that have been out there for many Americans. So there are legitimate questions. I wanted to be able to raise some of those, to be able to walk through some of this, because it has been very, very challenging. As we've gone through some of your notes and your diary and other things that are out there, we're trying to be able to pull bits and pieces of things to be able to learn lessons. On May the 6th, 2020,
fucking diary,
you wrote at that time, I had a conversation with Robert Redfield, as you know well, was then the director of CDC, about the fact that greater than 1 million children worldwide have missed their measles vaccination because of the shutdown.
Mm-hmm.
You stated, this is terrible and needs to be addressed, since on that basis alone, there would be far more excess deaths from measles among children than coronavirus deaths among children. I need to bring this up to the TF, the task force.
So that's Fauci himself saying, hey, if we lock everything down, then maybe that works for COVID, but measles will blow the fuck up. I need to bring this up to the task force. That is Fauci's words and Fauci's diary.
Did you ever have an opportunity to bring up the potential of measles deaths among children?
No, I'm sorry, Senator Langford. I was too busy writing a book and going on CNN and telling everybody that I am the science. That would be great. That would be great. R.I.P.
An infection rate going around the world from measles based on the fact that so many children would not get their measles vaccine because of the shutdown.
I'm sorry, Senator, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
That is your right to do. One of the big issues that's really coming up is on the lab issue. This was greatly discussed about whether this came from a lab or whether this came from nature. There are obvious issues and differences between the two. To be able to know this,
how did you know?
A lot of conversation on this. Scientists around the world were in conversation on this. There were different statements that you even made in your private notes and your public notes on it. In January the 26th of 2020, this is before we had our first tragic death of coronavirus in the United States. You wrote, it now appears using epi data that the genomic data, the first infection was in early December and was not connected to the market, which was the big rumor that was out there, is this wet market in China. We know the market was not the source, it was the amplifier. On January the 31st, you wrote about a phone call. You wrote the people on the phone felt the mutations around the furin cleavage site of the spike protein could not have occurred naturally, since it would require an evolutionary jump that they found nowhere in bat isolates. They bring up the possibility this could have been deliberately inserted and either accidentally released or deliberately released by a crazy person in the lab, the former being the most likely.
And the point there being that to come out and be like, what? A lab? A lab leak? Oh my God, that's so racist. Is very bad. Because the truth is not getting out. I think what I'm going to do as we're butting up against the timer, then we'll finish this guy, and then we'll jump to Josh Hawley because he does work.
February the 1st, Same year, 2020. This is again still before our first death. There was not total agreement about the likelihood of deliberate insertion. Ron said he was sure that this could occur naturally, and we should not waste our time and divert our efforts to pursue this. This is expected of him since he was the original gain of function person with Yoshi. Also, Christian was with Ron. The rest felt deliberate insertion was possible, and given the fact that Dr. Jingling Shi at the University of Wuhan has been working for years in gain of function in coronaviruses to allow adaptation of the spike protein to bind to the human ACE2 receptor, we could not let this go. That's a remarkable statement for February the 1st of 2020, when there hadn't even been the first death here, but we knew something was moving. You knew well that something was moving. You identified February the 1st before any of us had ever heard of the Wuhan lab. Not only the Wuhan lab in the conversation, but literally the scientist that you named in your own notes, the lead scientist that was there. It's interesting to me on that. And the questions I was going to ask you was just your background and knowledge about the Wuhan lab and Dr. Shi and all the details. I'm aware of where you have been on trying to be able to plead your Fifth Amendment right, which is your right to be able to do. But I also want to be able to find out some facts to be able to help us for the future on this. The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in May of 2020 put out a classified document that has only been recently unclassified on this, that had this statement: we assess all the necessary conditions for an accidental release of a laboratory modified coronavirus, specifically a coronavirus adapted to recognize human cell receptors, were present at the Chinese Wuhan Institute of Virology in mid to late 2019.
So they knew. There's no question as to whether they knew or they didn't know, or they knew and they chose to lie. We could say I'll age myself real quick, but I think we would have been better off just using our finger on our arm with a circle down. Pretty much. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to jump to Josh Hawley, because that is the highlights. And then we got a couple more people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's fucking go. Everybody refill your fucking drinks. Refill your fucking drinks. And we want a dilly for each and every. Add a little more. We'll add a little more. Each and every single time that he pleads the Fifth, let's get drunk. Let's get drunk. And look at that. The perfect amount. The perfect amount. Everybody got their drinks filled? Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Go do it now. Go do it now. Hurry the fuck up. All right, here's what I'll do. We'll go back to the Twitter stuff for a second. Give everybody a chance to make sure they are ready to go. Saw that one. We saw that one. We saw that one. We saw that one. We saw that one. Oh, is that all of them? We got, okay, we'll go with this one. I want to do it such that, okay. This is my favorite one. This is my favorite one. No? Okay.
Why are you gay?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You are gay. Why are you gay?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to...
Got him! Got him! All right, so we'll save... I have one more that we will save for later. Everybody ready? Bowl is packed. Drinks are filled. Here we fucking go.
Well, nothing says honesty like taking the Fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know.
So this is why I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
The Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more. Brown versus Walker, 1896. When he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyer's sitting behind you now, shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel,
Here we go.
I respectfully decline
go.
to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And so you have to understand. You have to understand that, like, this was the plan. We understand that he was not going to come in here and just be like, oh, well, here's what happened. And so the politics aspect of this is merely to expose, hey, you are full of shit. You are full of shit. Maybe other people are full of shit. Maybe other people are doing things wrong. Maybe, but one thing that we can be fucking clear about is that this Frogert is a bad person and a liar, a dishonest scumbag who took money over the lives of not only his countrymen, but his countrymen that he was explicitly tasked with helping. And so this is exactly what, yeah, definitely a narcissist. And this is what they should have been doing the whole time. Maybe not these exact questions, but exposing, using the framework that is presented to you. This is like if I was in, like a speakeasy debate and somebody was, let's say I was arguing for, or let's say we were having an abortion debate. And I was talking about, life begins at conception. They were like, yeah, I believe that too. I just don't care. Well, then the arguments of, where life begins and all those are irrelevant for that conversation. And similarly, here, if you know that he's not going to say anything, then you have to use that to your advantage. Expose his toes.
Counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here.
Got him.
Right over my shoulder.
Got him.
Folkers says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded?
So internal NIH email from Fauci's chief of staff, Dr. Greg Folkers, said, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. I need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in that? Do you have language in there that you could share that delineates how we respond in many ways? AKA, hey, how can I bullshit the American people? What you're actually doing and what you're actually saying doesn't stand on its own. So how can I lie to the American people? That's what that means.
In new ways to COVID. He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award.
God damn.
$900,000.
I mean, just make it $1 million at that point.
Cash award. And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder.
Before we get there, let's shout out our boy Bugs with the $5 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. No, it's not peanut butter. It's not peanut butter. I'm sorry. Couldn't that pretty girl in the back possibly be the swamp? Of course. We're in fucking government chambers. What do you mean? They're probably all in the fucking swamp. That's what the government is. Some of us thought maybe Trump could be a little bit different. And he was for a while. But he turned into a swamp monster. That is what politics is. So if she's there, she's part of the swamp. But thank you for the $5. Where does that leave us? We are at 160 out of 250 for the week, guys. And that's 9 and 107. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Let's dive back in.
Federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service. You've got the...
We are all honey trapped on stolen land. So I'm gonna, you guys have been very, very generous. Of course, we did hit the goal, so I will add a little bit of time before we go to members only. My gift to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Exactly. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service. You've got the Adelson Prize. You've got the Smithsonian Award. You've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award. You've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turn your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you used 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards.
While you were lying to the rest of us. I have no qualms with people getting a bag. Get your money. Just not off my back.
Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Here they are right over my shoulder. Here's all of them. The people that you use, federal employees, so that you could go and get cash money. And the most hilarious part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash awards.
Dragoon? I'm learning a lot of new words.
Part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash awards. You then had them go out to the ethics agencies and ethics watchdogs and demand that you be able to get the money.
Money, money, money. If it's not money, it's power. And usually it's both. Corruption.
That's right. We've got it in your emails. Your staff and employees on federal time using federal resources being paid with federal dollars are soliciting cash for you. And then they're turning around and saying to the agency, we don't want just an answer. We want to get to yes, because Fauci wants the money. He wants it.
That's
we
it.
We want to get to yes. And
what does it say? Tony's assistant routinely tells sponsors as soon as NIAID is notified that Tony, meaning Fauci, is an award recipient, that the cash prizes need heightened review. We don't want to just say no. We want to try to get to yes. We got to try. We got to try to get the fucking money. Lying to the people? Yeah, of course we're going to lie to the people. How do you think this whole game works?
Yes takes time. This is your chief of staff again, using federal email to pressure the agency's own ethics people so that you could get money, so that you could get rich.
Cha-ching!
And it violated the law, didn't it, Dr. Fauci? Didn't it? It violated the law, didn't it? It is a question. You can answer. Go ahead.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Federal law, as you very well know, prohibits the solicitation of cash awards or other personal benefits for federal employees.
You know, like corruption.
And it certainly prohibits using your own employees to do this. 5 CFR section 2635 205B.
205B.
Right there in black and
that reminds me of the scene from The Office when they're talking about their, we gotta have neighborhood pride. It's like 10505 or whatever. And fucking Daryl comes in and he's like, nah. You gotta do the 7+4. You gotta do the, I don't remember the numbers, but COC like 705 through 7027. No, nobody.
FAR section 2635 205B. It says it right there in black and white. You cannot use federal resources, federal dollars, federal employees, federal offices, federal email, federal time to solicit cash awards. And you did all of it. And the worst part is thousands of people were dying while you were doing it.
And now you won't even admit to it.
You were supposed to be the nation's doctor and you're playing one on TV, but this is what you were doing with your time. Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yikes.
Yeah, I can see why. I can certainly see why.
Got him.
What I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of $12 million. You got over $1 million in cash awards during COVID, during a 12-month, 24-month span during COVID. $1 million you knocked down in cash money using federal resources. Now you're worth.
I mean, it couldn't hurt. There's definitely a way to apologize for things without, incriminating yourself. I don't think he's going to do that.
More than $12 million. You've got a pension that in its first year paid out north of $400,000 a year. 1 million people dead, you're getting rich. 1 million people dead, you're using federal employees to get cash awards for you. 1 million people dead, and you're here taking the fifth because you don't want to admit that what really happened in all that time was a multi-month, multi-year course of self-dealing. Isn't that true, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
This is such a bad look. Like, how do you ever this is worse. This is worse than the Prince Andrew 60 Minutes. Because at least there was a lot of is leeway? No, the wiggle room. There was a wiggle room and like what he said and what actually happened and whatever. There was wiggle room to be like, okay, well, maybe he didn't do exactly what everybody said he was going to. This is plain as day. I don't necessarily agree. I don't necessarily agree. Do you think we would have gotten that exchange had he not had the Fifth Amendment? We would just get nothing. I would much prefer that he doesn't say anything, but we all just saw what happened. I'd rather that happen then we don't see it, and we also don't get an answer. So, shout out to Holly. Right. Well, we don't need to back that up.
Yeah, well, silence is admission. And here's the real thing. At the end of the day,
yeah, maybe not legally. Silence is not admission legally, but that ain't what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, silence is admission. And here's the real thing. At the end of the day, it wasn't just about the money, really, was it? It was really about a power trip. I mean, through all of this, you want to be the most famous scientist in the world. You were so focused on getting every award and every drop of cash that you could, all because you wanted to be on TV. You wanted to be the sun god of science. You wanted to be the guy who was in charge of it all. You wanted to lambast Trump. You wanted to make sure that nobody else stole your spotlight.
Trump bad.
You wanted to be the guy.
Trump bad. I am science. Science good. Trump bad. Science good.
You had time to sit for InStyle magazine. Here's what you were doing with your time. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you can't answer questions for the American people. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you're here taking the fifth. You could sit for InStyle magazine and get $1 million in cash awards. But now the cat's got your tongue. I bet
Got him.
he does. I tell you what, here's my conclusion from all of this. This was really all about you the whole time. Somewhere along the way, you lost your way. You may have been a good public servant at one time. I don't know. But I can tell you from reading your emails now, from looking at what you did, how you used your employees, somewhere along the line, it became all about you. You became a narcissist and a megalomaniac and a liar.
Megalomaniac.
And you've lied to the American people, and you've lied to this body. And you've disgraced your profession by doing it. You called yourself the most famous scientist in the world. You've done more to harm science than anybody in my lifetime.
Facts. Fucking facts. Fucking facts. Article 5? Like NATO Article 5? Because Canada has a better alternative to the Fifth Amendment. Anything you say in testimony can't be used against you as evidence in court later. Why is that better? Just genuine. I'm not challenging you. Just genuinely asking. We are very litigious people. A very first world. Some might say white problem. Well, if you're racist, maybe, but sure, first world problem. The pangolin got his tongue, maybe. Yep, the bat noodle soup. It's tough, but it's not going to stop you from needing to appear before the senators.
Famous scientists in the world. You've done more to harm science than anybody in my lifetime. And I hope you'll go home and write that in your diary.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fetterman.
Fucking
Thank
done.
you, Mr. Chairman.
And now I didn't realize that was. I thought maybe that was something different, but we got Fetterman in a fucking suit. If you didn't realize that shit was going down, we got Fetterman in a suit.
Dr. Fauci, I'm not here to perhaps attack you or defend or anything. It's really just more, honestly, I just want to acknowledge I have had members of my family die from COVID, and now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost their business through the pandemic, and they'll never been the same.
How is that relevant to the Fifth Amendment? I don't get it.
Now, as during the pandemic, I was the lieutenant governor, so we were in the middle of all of that maelstrom, trying to find the right balance between protect life and protect the economics and for all of it. And I'm not sure if we got it all right or wrong.
So it's better to not. So yeah, Canada has a better alternative to the Fifth Amendment. Anything you say in testimony can't be used against you later, and that's better because then you have no choice but to answer and could be jailed until you do. I mean, I'm in general in favor of not the government not forcing you to incriminate yourself. Like, that's the government's job. So I'll disagree respectfully.
But without a doubt, I can continue to question myself. But one that it's not about much more your regrets, but I have one. And that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And early on, that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out.
It was the bats.
So, but that became a very partisan thing.
There's a jinx in their bats.
Now, it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, for all of that. So, and I now see the remain back to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
all right, so this guy fucking cooks. You might have seen some of the clips from this guy. So here is what we are gonna do. We are overtime, but you guys are amazing, and so we're going to push it. We're going to let him finish, and then we will begin the members-only after party. Even if you're not a member, that's totally fine. The show will not change except for the chat. Of course, you can go over to the Rumble chat if you would like to still communicate. It won't be on screen, but you can also use those super chats or just sign up as a member. It's only $2.99 a month. Or, you know, you could hope for some luck with Funkmaster. All right. Full drinks? We got full drinks? Let's make sure we got our drinks. Because this dude fucking cooks as well. From what I have seen, he does the damn thing. Canada has no protection against double jeopardy. Even if found not guilty, the Canadian government can go after you again. Yeah, I'll take the American one.
I'll echo Senator Johnson's comments about your opening statement, Mr. Chairman. I think it was dead on. Very, very well done. Mr. Fauci, do you know who David Schertler is?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. What does the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution say?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
No, I'm just asking you what it says.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I thought maybe I had this a little bit confused, but I thought the Fifth Amendment was only for statements in which you could incriminate yourself. I don't know. I mean, I guess you, yeah, you can always use, but that for some reason I thought like there was specific things where it's like that doesn't fall under the purview of self-incrimination. And so like when Holly was like, "What day is it?" I'm saying this is a little sus.
I'm going to give the Constitution to my aide. He'll bring it over to you so you can have it for future reference. I think it's something that every American should know what the Constitution says. Do you know who wrote the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights.
And look at the lawyer like, yeah, Fifth Amendment, bro. We got him. Fifth Amendment. Mox gets the text here. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense twice jeopardy, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Let's just see. I'm watching the Dr. Fauci thing that he had to do today, and I'm a little bit confused because, first of all, I thought his pardon would prevent him from being able to use the pleading the Fifth at all, but also I thought that the Fifth Amendment was specifically for questions that would incriminate yourself. And so when he's being asked what the Fifth Amendment actually says, why is he able to use the plea of that amendment in that situation?
One sec. Let me check on that. You're right to sense something important there. The Fifth Amendment isn't about whether a specific question sounds incriminating on its own. It's about whether answering that question could contribute to becoming incriminated in any way. So even if Fauci was asked something that sounds harmless, his lawyers might tell him to plead the Fifth anyway, just as a blanket strategy.
Right, I get that, but I'm saying, why does that apply? Why does that even? Why can't he just not show up and say, "Well, I'm going to do that"? Like, but my point is that the question doesn't. I understand that the lawyers are telling him to not answer any questions, so there's no difference between questions that he's answered and questions that he hasn't answered. My question is on the specific use of the Fifth Amendment.
The key point is that he doesn't have to prove that each question is incriminating up front. He can assert the privilege if there's any reasonable chance an answer contributes to incrimination. But it's not unlimited. If a question truly can't incriminate him at all, a court could rule that the Fifth Amendment doesn't apply.
But that wouldn't be
Congress
done
itself
in the moment. And so when he is asked what the Fifth Amendment states, then he pleads the Fifth. Then there's future processes that can be done to say, hey, you invoked the Fifth Amendment when you weren't allowed to invoke the Fifth Amendment. Is that how it works?
Yeah. So he can invoke the Fifth during the hearing, but that doesn't mean it's automatically valid. Congress can challenge it afterwards. And if a court later finds that there was actually no realistic risk of self-incrimination, then in theory, he could be compelled to answer or risk contempt consequences.
So it's reasonable to expect that in the somewhat near future that he is back in front of Congress or the Senate and actually has to give answers where he's not allowed to use the Fifth Amendment.
Let me check that. I'd be cautious about expecting that. It's possible, but not guaranteed. Congress would have to challenge the invocation. A court would have to rule that the Fifth doesn't apply to specific questions. And then if he still refused, contempt could come into play. It's not automatic. If you're watching the hearing thinking, will he definitely be back and have to answer? The honest legal answer is not necessarily. Congress could try to challenge it, but that process would take time and isn't certain.
Oh, we got time all day. I'm willing to sign a petition to make sure that we go through every single word that was said and overturn anything and bring him back in front of whatever committee that we need to get those fucking answers.
Okay. I hear the impulse to want closure, but in practice, the next moves are up to the committee and potentially the courts. If what matters most to you is accountability, it might be more effective to frame it as, I want the law applied consistently, than waiting to see whether the committee signals any challenge in the coming days. That's the clearest indicator of whether this hearing is the end.
Fair enough. All right. So there you go. So it's not a matter of in this moment. This is how it starts. This is how it starts. Anyway, so yeah, all these things about like, oh, what day is it? What color is your tie? What does the Fifth Amendment say? Then if you're invoking the Fifth Amendment, that means that the answer to that question is directly incriminating. And so to be throwing out all of these things, then it does seem reasonable that would say, okay, well, very clearly asking what day it is not going to incriminate you on anything. So at least that question you have to answer. Then there's the aspect of the pardon. And so, I don't know. That's just the fucking default voice. Like, AI Raj fell in love on what? Oh, Big Bang Theory? Yeah, I don't watch that shit. Anyway. Diving back in.
Of the Constitution.
So you're invoking a right that you don't know who wrote it or what it says. Is that correct?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Wow. All right, let me tell you who David Schertler is for the audience because he was ejected by the chairman. He's a high-profile criminal attorney. He's represented some really great people, like Senator Bob Menendez. Maybe that's somebody who my Democrat colleagues may remember took gold bars as bribes.
That's how we got here, Box.
From the Egyptians. And there's an article here in the Washington Free Beacon that talks about why you would hire a guy like David Schertler. And the comment is, if you're in deep shit, that's who you call. Do you feel like you're in deep shit?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Clearly, what you think today is that somehow you're above reproach. Somehow you feel like you don't need to be treated like a normal American.
Bingo! I am the science.
can you do me a favor in the audience and stand up if during the time of the COVID pandemic, you were called a racist for calling the virus a Wuhan virus or the China virus? If you thought the 6-foot rule was total crap, if you thought the vaccine wasn't something that you should take, if you thought it was outrageous the way the mask policy was rolled out, if you were fired from your job for not taking that vaccine, including members of the military, if you thought closing schools was catastrophically stupid, and that you thought that during these times saying these things made you somehow a lesser human being.
Show it. Show it. Turn the camera around. Everybody is standing the fuck up. This is what he fucking did to 3 generations, if not more. 3 generations of people, if not more. Do we even have anybody sitting besides the fucking lawyers? Of course the lawyers are sitting. Let's see, I can't tell of this row, but at least in the first 3 rows, the only people sitting are the lawyers, because you can see the rope here where he was supposed to go behind. So all these people up here, they're sitting, they're the lawyers, Fauci's here. Everybody in the first 3 rows is standing up. And then I can't tell for sure, but it does seem like based on where these people are that that guy's sitting down. But that's the only person you could see in that row. But what are we charging him for? What did he do wrong? Shut up.
Dr. Fauci, can you just turn around and look at the people behind you? You're not willing to do that? That's not a question. It's not a question.
I mean, technically, it's a question.
To your lawyer, it's not a question. It's a request. All you have to do is look up from your lawyers and look at the people who were absolutely shamed for saying what we know now to be the truth.
And let's not forget of all the suicides of people who otherwise would raise their hand, but they're fucking dead.
You can't even look at them? That's a question. Are you able to look at them? You can sit down in the audience.
I can't even look at them.
There was a mom in Ohio during the depth of the coronavirus pandemic, decided to go to her high school football game for her son. They hadn't been out much. The kids had been learning at school, and then the school got shut down. They hadn't really gotten much out of that education. As any parent knew, that remote learning was no learning at all. But it was a Friday night. Her son wanted to go watch a buddy go play football.
I mean, there's another thing too. Someone that is like we're friends on TikTok, but that just means we follow each other. This guy was talking about how like he was trying to throw a party, and he lives in Austin. And he was trying to throw like a big event this past week. And so, the weeks before, he's like, telling people about it, still, making his normal content, but like, hey, just in case you didn't know, I'm doing this thing, whatever. And the main reason that he wanted to do it was because there's so many people, myself included, who developed really bad habits. I mean, not really bad, but bad habits over COVID, and haven't really been able to shake that off. And even if it's not a bad habit that you developed, it's a prevention from developing the good habits. For example, I'm a procrastinator to the end. If I can push something off, I will push it off. I'll always get it done, but I need the stress and the pressure. Otherwise, I'm not getting it done. But finally, I was living in a 1-bedroom of this old lady's house, because that's all I could afford. And it was just me and Morty in one room, my entire life in that one room. Weird side note, I never once heard the shower going while I lived with that lady. Neither here nor there. I actually left my house, signed up to start doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, to start having physicality in my life, to start not just being somebody who lays around all day. whatever. There's nothing to do. But I still was, I was still that, sedentary. I finally found a place. It was not too far from the house. Signed up, went in, bought the gi, bought the bell. Did the like 2 or 3 classes. Everything shut down. Other than the push-ups that I get from you guys, and the walks that I take with Morty or my clients, that's the extent of my physical activity. It was supposed to be 3 times a week. And now I don't want to sign up to do anything because I'm getting neurotic about Morty. Last night, he started breathing weird for a second. He was like, I was ready to hop in the car and go to the ER. So I already have to be out of the house enough. I want to spend what time he has left with him. Did I say that right? Yeah, right. But COVID destroyed the momentum, both mentally and physically. The momentum that I had built up to improve myself. Just gone. That wouldn't even be a thing. That wouldn't even be a thing that would connect. Because, doing 50 push-ups, that wouldn't even be worth it. That we could probably, do like $1 or whatever. But you get the point. Close I do BJJ, and I'm exactly the same with my dog watch. I barely train now because I want as much time as I can have. Yeah, I think, like I was actually going through trying to, long story short, I needed to find a new primary care doctor, and I'm worried about my medications because they're narcotic medications and it's a higher dose and blah, 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 blah. And so I was trying to see well, given my situation, is a doctor going to be like, oh, nope, you need to stop right now? Or are we is it more of a thing where it's like, okay, this isn't great, but you're here, so we'll work. I didn't know. And so we actually got into a conversation about Morty's death being a milestone of my life to go and do things. And ChatGPT was basically like, well, there's always going to be another thing. And I'm like, agreed. But I've already made the decision from years ago that when it comes to, eating more regularly, working out, being social, all of these things, I made the decision. I put all of that off for so long. And I've always had the excuse that he's here. I'm happy. I'm chilling. And you're going to see some changes. You're going to see some changes. All right. Let's dive back in.
Learning was no learning at all. But it was a Friday night. Her son wanted to go watch her buddy go play football. So they went to the stadium. They sat alone, far from everybody else, just a mom, a dad, a few kids. They didn't feel they needed to wear masks because it was stupid, because they were outside. They all live together. They're not near anybody.
Well, and that's the point, man. We all do. We all do. This is what Fauci, did single-handedly. Single-handedly. Not that he's the only person who is involved, but he is the linchpin. If he had said, no, we don't need to lock down, no, we don't need to wear masks, no, we don't need to do any of that, unless you're over the age of this or if you have comorbidities, then all of us would be better people. All of us would be better people. We are now all worse people because of him. Now, that doesn't excuse our own personal responsibility, but let's not pretend that outside factors don't affect that.
They all live together. They're not near anybody. Dr. Fauci, do you know what happened to that mom and that family? That's the question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
They were dragged out of that stadium and arrested.
But here's what I'm saying, Box. This is what I'm saying. Why did the mainstream media put those messages out? They would not have done that had Fauci not said the things that he said. He is the linchpin. Yes, other people were involved. He alone could have saved the degree of worseness that we are, that could have been that much better. We could have been that much better of people instead of that much worse. Funkmaster! Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. We don't have the words, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You get some sleep and don't fall off a roof. Thank you so very, very much. Let's dive back in.
Those policies were put in place because you had moronic politicians that listened to the words of a megalomaniac who was more interested in having met a Kardashian than the suffering of the American people. And that is you. Stupid. Your advice to communities like that, to
we gotta win we gotta get the movie first.
Idiotic politicians who enforce those rules arrested that mom for watching a football game with her own family outside. When that story broke, I said to myself, I cannot stand idly on the side and watch this happen. It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that?
Fuck you, Fauci! Love Shawshank. I mean, again, that was on TBS every other day. So even that's slightly older, I've definitely seen Shawshank.
In front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that? It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity.
Yeah, but there was monkeypox and there was measles and there was things, so it's okay that he lied.
Than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did.
Nope.
You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service.
Just like Joe Biden.
But it ends in total and complete disgrace. So let me ask you an opportunity to answer one question. Will you apologize, just apologize, to the people who you harmed through your actions? Will you say, do you have the dignity to just say you're sorry?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So you won't apologize to the military members who Joe Biden summarily dismissed from the military for not taking the vaccine?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the business owners that lost their business, shattered their lives, and they'll never recover?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the moms who had to force their infant children, 2, 3, 4-year-olds, to put masks on, and what that did and how that traumatized those kids?
Muted.
Stupid. Beta. Beta.
Yep.
Under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to the family members of the people who died because they took your advice and not only got the first vaccine, but the 5, 6 other boosters that they did not need?
To answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Will you apologize to that mom from Ohio for being arrested for watching a football game with her family?
Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So you didn't know who wrote the Fifth Amendment. It's James Madison. lived in this town. I can only wonder what he would think of somebody like you invoking his writings to shield culpability for the actions that you took.
Angel Heart went hard. That shit went hard.
It's no secret why you have to hire the biggest dirtbag attorney on the planet because of what you did. I hope you're paying him well. And I hope that one way or the other, somewhere, sometime, you answer for your crimes.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. My goodness. My goodness. Oh, I didn't realize there was a button here for that. Okay, cool. So, guys, it is time for the members only after party. Now, remember, that doesn't mean that we're going anywhere. If you're not a member, you're still going to be able to see everything. You just won't be able to chat unless it is a super chat. So, but you can also go over to Rumble, where it is absolutely free to chat. I got the chat right here. You won't be able to see it on screen, but that is the one. So step number 1, Twitch, you're going bye-bye. See you later, Twitch. Let me drop the link for Discord in case anybody needs to head on over there. Put it in there as well. Boom, boom, boom. And then over here, the chat is going to members only. Let's fucking raid. Shout out to all of the members.
You answer for your crimes.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. Dr. Fauci, Americans haven't forgotten the tragic stories of people who lost loved ones during COVID and those that were denied a chance to say goodbye to their family members that were in hospitals or residing in nursing homes because of the COVID-19 protocols. Americans haven't forgotten the mandates, the adverse reactions to vaccines, the government misinformation.
That is not the same person. What? I pulled up this. I got this chick. That's definitely not this chick. Senator Moody Fauci. I just want to see like who is this? Florida AG. I don't understand. I'm so confused. Who interviewed Fauci today? From Florida? Okay, Republican senator. Why was that so hard to find? Right? That's not her. What the fuck? That maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it's like a fucking like somebody standing in for, or maybe is it Ernst? Is she Ernst? This is confusing.
Reactions to vaccines, the government misinformation, social media censorship, hotlines to tattle on their neighbors, the forced school closures, the tragic rise in suicides, or those businesses that were forced to close during lockdowns. Americans.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. So, Joy K. Ernst is American political retired military officer, United States Republican from Iowa, for the Republican Party. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we got it. It's, it's confusing. Yeah, okay, so here's the moody bitch. All right, where we at? Why is this going not working? Play, you fuck.
Haven't forgotten the hundreds of billions of dollars spent by taxpayers for COVID relief, stolen by fraudsters who bought Rolls Royces and yachts. These were taxpayer dollars. Americans have lost trust in science and government after the COVID response. Trust which will be incredibly difficult for us to gain back.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back because we have a couple other people that I think did a little bit. We got Polly Moreno. We want Ron Johnson. I think we got Ron Johnson. And then there was one more person, I thought. This is all Moody. All right, fuck it. What a
Dr.
ride.
Fauci, you said that the science was evolving and that your recommendations evolved with it.
There you go.
But Americans remember you as the public face of the coronavirus response. As one of the nation's most trusted voices, you urged policies you said were absolutely necessary, even when those policies came at an enormous human and economic cost.
Mm-hmm.
And Americans deserve answers about reports that you may have worked with others to pressure the president into adopting the slow the spread strategy, and why you later sought an unconditional pardon for crimes you may have committed dating back to 2014. Dr. Fauci, in 2022, you had a taxpayer-funded salary of $480,000 a year. You were, in fact, the highest paid federal employee in the entire...
Shout out to Box. I see him in the voice channel of the Discord. Remember, guys, if you want to build a community, you got to build a community. I can't do it for you, but everything is already there. The link is pinned. Make sure you join the Discord. It's absolutely free. And then make friends.
Federal government, even making more than the NIH director and the president of the United States. According to now public documents, that was due in large part to your work on biodefense. Unreported is how NIAID spent over $1 billion from 2009 to 2026 in biodefense and influenza federal contracts and subcontracts. My office uncovered records on usaspending.gov that show from 2015 to 2020, NIAID paid out $515,400.
Well, not at the same time, but I mean, like, when he's ready. So when the show's done, go on, hang out.
$118 in subcontracts to Harbin Veterinary Institute in Harbin, China, including $100,000 a few days after it opened a BSL-4 biolab in 2018. That very same institute was criticized for doing gain-of-function bird flu research in 2013. And yet you were funding them for years after that, sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to China. These contracts, which we also trace to NIAID, show U.S. taxpayers funded gain-of-function researchers in the Netherlands and in Wisconsin.
Let me stop you, Senator Ernst. It's not gain-of-function. I changed the definition because we're not supposed to do gain-of-function. So we were doing gain-of-function, but I changed it, so now it's directed evolution. Gotcha.
Funding the same folks whose controversial work led President Obama to pause this exact type of dangerous pandemic research. Dr. Fauci, did you know that the NIH's billion-dollar Sears contract programs were funding gain-of-function researchers in China, the U.S., and in the Netherlands?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I did not dilute
Dr. Fauci, Dr. Deborah Birx wrote in her book that you and President Obama's former CDC director were at a Saturday, March 14th, 2020 meeting at her home 2 days before the president announced his 15 days to slow the spread effort. Your now released diary said the meeting was a week before that. Dr. Birx said you all were trying to trap the president into having no other options. She wrote, your plan was to, quote, block any of the president's escape routes. So, quote, he'd have no choice but to agree to our flatten the curve measures. Yes or no, Dr. Fauci, did you try
that whole 14 days thing
to block or trap President Trump into the slow the spread, flatten the curve measures in March 2020?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth
Amendment.
Quicker with it.
When the COVID-19 virus broke out in Wuhan, China, you, Dr. Fauci, knew pretty much right away that NIH had funded Chinese labs, including those doing coronavirus research. There's email traffic from early January 2020 where your staff was flagging for you that NIH funded coronavirus research at the Wuhan lab through EcoHealth Alliance. Yet few Americans knew we funded the Wuhan lab because the funding went through a sub-award and was not reported to the public database like usaspending.gov as it should have been.
Like a lie. Like fraud.
Also, EcoHealth violated federal law by failing to report in its research papers how much taxpayer funding it spent on that research. At my request, the Government Accountability Office helped track down that $1.4 million of U.S. taxpayer money that was sent to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, both by you, Dr. Fauci, and through USAID. But first, it passed through EcoHealth Alliance, which I helped to get defunded through the NDAA.
All the people we love there. All the people we love there.
Dr. Fauci, did you intentionally use subaward funding to obscure NIH funding of Chinese biolabs and coronavirus research?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
NIAID awarded multi-million-dollar grants to a number of scientists shortly after they wrote publicly in the Proximal Origins paper that the COVID virus likely came from nature. Though
Are we done? Where'd everybody go?
Documents Chairman Paul released last week show in private, those same scientists were much more open to the virus being from a lab. In 2023, Representative Jordan insinuated that you basically gave a $9 million bribe in the form of an NIH grant to NIH-funded virologists to say the virus likely was from nature. Dr. Fauci, yes or no, did you reward the Proximal Origin authors by giving them NIAID grants or contracts?
Shout out to the real ones.
I decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Oh, sorry. I missed that one. I'm getting kind of drunk, guys.
Dr. Fauci, we have learned that U.S. coronavirus researchers at UNC shipped, quote, humanized or transgenic mice to China by around 2017 for use in their dangerous coronavirus work. Under your NIAID, coronavirus researchers also used aborted baby body parts in mice research, and taxpayers paid for them to do that.
Wow.
NIH-funded coronavirus researcher Dr. Ralph Barrick and his colleagues at UNC put parts of livers, thymuses, and chunks of human fetal lung that they got from aborted, almost 5-month-old human babies. They put those parts in their research.
Did I just hear what I thought I heard?
And chunks of human fetal lung that they got from aborted, almost 5-month-old human babies.
5 months, like a fetus 5 months, or like 5 months old? I would assume that it's the former, which is gross enough. But 5-month-old babies? I would assume she meant like 5-month-old fetuses. Yeah, that I mean, it's still bad, but I don't know. Yeah, right. Yeah. So I don't think anybody has come or gone. StreamYard is telling me 4. The analytics say 3, but if I go to the stream settings, it says 4. I don't fucking know. Nikki said Chinese spies were caught in a high security biolab in Canada. It's almost like they're doing it all over the world. We use aborted fetal parts in this vaccine and others. Okay, that I mean, you know, I'm like if should the keyboard good thing I didn't do anything. If babies are going to get aborted, which where we are is going to happen, I would prefer that those fetuses go to some type of scientific endeavor rather than just being thrown in the garbage. That being said, I would like to abolish abortion, but we ain't there yet. Yikes. It's illegal to sell fetal tissue from abortions, but they do it anyway. It's also illegal to shut down the whole fucking world! I didn't lie to Congress, but hey, you did that too.
They put those parts in their research mice. They disgustingly named them BLT-L mice and wrote they had...
BLT? Oh, God! Oh, I can never have a BLT again!
Created a, quote, sandwich of aborted body parts in the mice.
Yeah, I would much prefer that. Speaking of, there's a big part of Pluribus that deals with this. I'm not going to say anything because, it gets pretty deep. But it's amazing. It is amazing how deep the story gets because it is a little bit of a slow burn, but it's very visually pleasing. So if it is a mystery show, again, talking about Pluribus, it is a mystery show where like this thing happens and everything is different. And now the show is about like, okay, what happened? How does this actually work? How do I navigate this? What do I do next? And so on and so forth. But in the beginning, because of the events that happen, there's really only the one character, Rhea Seehorn, who plays the main character and does it brilliantly. But Vince Gilligan is so good at visual storytelling that you don't even really need dialogue and all that for you to understand what's going on. I cannot recommend Pluribus high enough. I've been starting to post my TikTok stuff to YouTube, so if you like what you see there, you gonna learn that I have the best taste in modern contemporary movies and TV. Can't get better than me. Can't get better than me.
Quote, sandwich of aborted body parts in the mice. Get it, folks? BLT.
I mean, later I did, but oh yeah, no, that's I learned about that later, but yeah.
And wrote they had created a, quote, sandwich of aborted body parts in the mice. Get it, folks? BLT. A BLT sandwich. Your RML lab employees in Montana also ordered and used aborted baby body parts in their taxpayer-funded research.
What about cheese pizza?
And emails show how they plan to use those mice for post-COVID work. NIH funded putting aborted babies' fingers and scalps off the heads of aborted babies and putting them into the backs of research mice. The scalps later grew fine baby hair in the mice. They even included those disgusting photos in their research paper that you funded. Not all of those were research on coronaviruses, but some were.
So I can see here where the left is going to be like, oh, you're just getting like, this is science. Science isn't always, nice and pretty and whatever. I can see that being a big, I don't want to say talking point, but a perspective that people will focus on her and be like, see, it was just really a moral grandstanding, which is not true, but it's the game of politics.
Thankfully, the current NIH director has said no more of this. Dr. Fauci, yes or no? Do you think that human aborted parts should be put into mice for coronavirus research?
The advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Mr. Chairman, would you direct the witness to answer the questions that we have been asking?
He probably would if he was here, but I can direct it. But I think we understand his answer.
We do understand that. Americans are asking for accountability, Dr. Fauci, and your silence is very telling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Moody.
Don't eat the babies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is Senator Moody. All right, now let's go back. And who was that? Florida serves as a Republican senator representing the state.
The most junior member of the Senate here, showing from where I sit. I just got here last year.
Shout out to the millennials doing work, pulling our government together, pulling our government into the modern day. We are no longer in a post-World War II world. We are now in a post-COVID world, and the millennials will take over, but in a good way.
Many of you may remember I was the Attorney General in Florida who fought back against the lockdowns, the school closures, the church closures, everything to embrace sanity and science. We fought back. We got ridiculed for it.
Yep.
And we didn't just call people names. We actually impaneled a grand jury of people of all walks of life, all political persuasions. So that's how I came here, fighting for a free state amongst states that had locked their own people down. We are now called the free state of Florida. And I believe our responsibility here is to make sure that government remembers that people are our bosses, that we report to them, that we're accountable to them. Government shouldn't operate for itself. Government operates on behalf of and for the American people. And anytime we get close to reporting back to our bosses about what government has done or how it's been abused.
Well, interesting, because that is not, maybe that's because that's a Jersey thing, like Jersey and New York, like that's just a plain pizza. But I have seen a lot of other people in just, like the casual conversations of like, oh, Jersey has the best bagels and pizza. No, New York does. No. That most of the U.S. does say cheese pizza. It's more of a localized thing. And so maybe where you're from, they would say plain. Basil pizza. Nah, margarita pizza is the fucking one. If you get the place that does it right, the margarita pizza should be better than the plain pie. It should be better but it's just the way that it cooks and bakes is very differently. And so it's a different kind of thing. So it's more of like a, which one do you prefer? But if you have, let's say you like the plain pie more than you like margarita. If you go to any single place, then you should have a similar differential of like, I prefer the plain pie, but this place has a margarita pizza that's, much better. I don't know, whatever. Okay, I'm rambling. Moving on.
To reporting back to our bosses about what government has done or how it's been abused or how individuals that are employed by the government had acted in their own self-interest or against the interests of the American people. Every time we get close, if we start uncovering outrageous fraud, we'll have a hearing. And the tactics have been to not show up.
Remember Nick Shirley?
So you have all of us over here trying to drill down on why we've been giving money that actually works against American citizens, and no one shows up. Today nobody's here at the moment. Today there seems to be a different tactic. Today we have Democrats showing up and trying to spin why we shouldn't even be having this hearing.
She's cooking. So
to report back to our bosses is one said,
I know you think that, but that's because you're from Chicago. So come on over to where the land of pizza actually is good.
This hearing does damage. It will deter others from public service. Another said this hearing is designed to entrap you. Another
at least add mushrooms with the pizza. Like what?
Another said, one fell all over himself, flattering you, thanking you for your service multiple times, quoting man in the arena. Another said that we are demeaning first responders. And today is a sad play in a repeated playbook. Or we're going after one man. I mean, all of their time was used on why we should not be having the hearing to report back to our bosses and give the people accountability.
Yep.
So I would like to talk about that because I believe that the trust the American people place in our public health institutions and what happened to that trust during COVID is important. Because
Speak
in a
on
public
it,
health
Queen.
emergency, they are asked to make extraordinary sacrifices based on advice given to them by the government that is supposed to be working for them. And for that system to work, the public has to be able to trust the people giving them instructions. That trust depends on candor. Would you agree with that, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And when the evidence is uncertain, officials need to say so. When recommendations are based on assumptions rather than hard data, they need to say so. And when they get something wrong, they need to own it. And when the trust is lost and the consequences extend far beyond any single pandemic,
you ain't getting my trust back anytime soon. And like, you guys have to understand that I was the default liberal Christian boy who turned into the atheist and was angry at all of that, and then decided to go right into all that shit about we care about science and Republicans. That's where I came from. I don't know. I don't think I'm special. So I do believe that people can have their eyes open, but people are fucking stupid too. So I don't know. I don't know. I think this midterm's definitely going to show us a lot about what the landscape actually is. We see the DSA candidates taking over the Democrats. We see the split between MAGA and America First. I really don't know what's good.
next time public health officials genuinely need Americans to listen, millions of people may simply ignore them or not believe them. And Dr. Fauci, you were undeniably the face of the federal government's COVID response. You said so yourself in your diary. You said it's not hyperbole to say I've become the most famous and talked about person in the country. So
wait, in case we missed it. Well, we get that one too.
To answer based upon my right.
Why are you gay?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Where was the? I don't even remember which one I was trying to pull up now. What did she just say? Oh! I know what I'm looking for.
Or worse, dear diary, for better or worse, I am becoming an international celebrity. Calls from all over the world. It is not hyperbole to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country. Brad Pitt plays me on Saturday Night Live and thanks me in a very serious tone after his skit.
Look at his feet! Ah!
The swag around me is getting really ridiculous.
The
A great call
swag.
with Barbara Streisand. Press still hot and heavy about me. Petitions to vote me sexiest man alive. Major stories about my basketball career at Regis.
My basketball.
Jeez. Dear diary, for better or worse.
Worth it. Worth it.
So I want to understand how we got here. Let's start at the beginning. On March 8th, 2020, you appeared on 60 Minutes to discuss the spread of COVID-19. Your specific...
There you go. There you go. That is how you build community. Do the damn thing. Let's go. Ooh.
On March 8th, 2020, you appeared on 60 Minutes to discuss the spread of COVID-19. You were specifically asked to clear...
I said shit. Me too.
Up the confusion and misinformation surrounding masks.
Actually, that's not true because I just ordered a quarter pound and ounces, but you know what I mean.
You told the American people right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with a mask. The interviewer immediately stopped you and said, are you sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this. And instead of walking back or qualifying your statement in any way, you doubled down. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little better. It might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with their masks. They keep touching their face. Just a few weeks later, the CDC released its guidance recommending that Americans wear masks in public. You were asked to explain your original recommendation. You emphasized a very different consideration. You said, well, back then, the critical issue was to save the masks for the people who really needed them because it was felt there was a shortage of masks.
I feel like unless I'm not at Nikki's level. So if I'm not cooking at that level, I feel like this is just my own personal feelings. That I think that a true cook, maybe not a chef, fair enough. I never claimed to be a chef, but a true cook, you just feel it. You just feel it. You don't need to know how many grams of cheese. You just add as much cheese as is needed. You don't need to measure out the milk or the oil. You know what food is. You know how fire works. Yep. Yep, we have that clip too. It was the Iranian one. I think this... We got it somewhere. We got it somewhere.
But they're really criticizing science because I represent science.
If you're vaccinated, you really don't need to worry about getting it in a way that's serious or transmitting.
That is true. That is correct, Chris. It'll either protect you completely against infection, and the chances are very likely that you'll not be able to transmit it to other people. The risk is extremely low of transmitting it to anybody else. Full stop. Vaccinated people are clearly capable of transmitting the infection. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better. If people are not wearing masks, then maybe we should be mandating it. I often myself wear 2 masks.
And I'm quoting you now, at the population level, masks work at the margins, maybe 10%. To hear that they only work at the margins, maybe 10% would make a lot of people ask, okay, then why was I wearing a mask?
You're really attacking not only Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're attacking science when you say that this is going to go away tomorrow like magic, when you know that there's no chance it's going to just disappear. We hope this just goes away, burns itself out.
So my question is, why weren't you straight with the American people about this to begin with?
So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range.
It seemed in that quote to suggest that you were basing your recommendation on polling and what people could accept. Is that not what you meant?
No, I mean, it's a bit of that.
We're seeing all of these school closures around the country. Is that the right move for children and families?
You know, and I think what's going on right now is generally an appropriate approach. You want to start doing something to socially distance yourself. How dramatic that is, closing.
Well, we'll call that baking. That's fair. Baking is different than cooking.
Schools and doing other things should be proportionate.
It went too far, that particularly for kids who couldn't go to school except remotely, that it's forever damaged them.
Well, I don't think it's forever irreparably damaged anyone.
Well, you're wrong.
The U.S. Surgeon General has called it an urgent public health crisis, a devastating decline in the mental health of kids across the country. According to the CDC, the rates of suicide, self-harm, anxiety, and depression are up among adolescents.
And the record will show. Neil, I didn't recommend shutting everything down. First of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. I recommended to the president that we shut the country down. And that was a very difficult decision because I knew it would have serious economic consequences, which it did. Yeah. Because if you look at the people that are politicizing me, there's somebody that all the way over on one level. But there are a lot of other people who look upon me the way they should, as a non-political person that I am.
That was the part where
original naturally occurring one. Take an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans. Right. You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially. You do not know what you are talking about.
They took animal viruses that only occur in animals and they increased their transmissibility to humans. How you can say that is not gain of function?
It is not.
Because I changed the definition. This is just the clearest example of government corruption. I want to say ever. I mean, you know, Epstein is definitely up there, but like, we got some shit going on around us.
What we're talking about.
Masks for the people who really needed them because it was felt there was a shortage of masks.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. That they believed that masks were important, but lied and said that they weren't important because they wanted to save them because of a shortage of masks. If you had just told people, hey, we want to make sure we have enough masks, and so that's going to be the priority. If you can get one, great. If not, then, you know, you can do the cloth thing. I think people would have been okay with that. I don't understand why a lie here was even necessary.
So I want everybody to sit with that. The critical issue driving your initial recommendation to the American public was scarcity, logistics, not medical evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So when you told the American people there was no reason to wear a mask, what was your principal objective? Giving them an honest assessment of the medical evidence or discouraging them from consuming a scarce supply of masks?
That was my ex-girlfriend's nickname, the meat slicer. Oh! Sorry.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Well, unfortunately, that was just the beginning of a broader pattern. Let's talk about the 6-foot distancing rule. In April 5th, 2020, interview on CBS said, every time I get to that podium in the White House briefing room, I always essentially plead with people, please take a look at those very simple guidelines of physical separation. And they're very, very clear. Physically separate 6 feet away. Yet when Congress finally asked you in 2024 what science supported that evidence, 6-foot distance rule for COVID, you admitted you were not aware of any studies supporting it. Incredibly, you said the 6-foot rule sort of just appeared and described
just appeared
as an empiric decision that wasn't based on data. And that rule had real consequences. Schools didn't open back up. Businesses didn't open back up. Churches didn't open back up. I could go on and on and on. And Americans were kept physically separated from one another during the most difficult moments of their lives. Many lost loved ones during that time. So, Dr. Fauci, did you have any evidence to support a 6-foot separation rule when you gave that advice to Americans?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
All right, well, let's look at the lockdowns then. By 2022, the consequences of prolonged COVID lockdowns on our children were clear, from delayed development to social isolation, which is probably why you were asked in July 2022 whether you would recommend locking down schools again. And you said, first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. But now we have your diary, and it tells a very different story from the one you told the public. And I will quote, I spoke with Bill de Blasio, the mayor of NYC, and convinced him based on what I was saying publicly in my conversation tonight to close the NYC schools. He had already decided based on what I was saying on TV. I went on to tell him he should close the bars and restaurants in NYC, and he said he would do this based on my recommendation.
So is anybody confused, as they were earlier, about why we are pointing the finger at Fauci?
You even said that you told the president we should shut the whole country down.
Yep.
So Dr. Fauci, how do you square telling the American people publicly that you didn't recommend locking anything down with your own diary entry kept on federal government equipment, saying that your recommendation is what convinced the mayor and the president to lock things down?
Along with the video that we just saw of him saying, I chose to tell the president to shut everything down, and I knew there would be grave economic consequences. We just saw him say that.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth
come on,
Amendment to the
man.
Constitution.
Now, I just want to make clear that when in Florida, we were pleading with people to give us advice based on scientific evidence, that we were getting these conflicting statements by you that didn't match scientific data. And in fact, when we impaneled a grand jury, the grand jury's conclusion, not surprising to anyone, and by the way, we're still the only state to have impaneled a grand jury. I was the only attorney general to do this. We did this in 2023.
That conclusion was the lockdown, mask, and social distancing advice administered by federal agencies and implemented by certain local, state, and federal agencies was not based on the best available scientific data. In fact, many recommendations and their accompanying mandates departed significantly from available research.
Oh, so like a lie. So like you lied.
Again, people from all walks of life, all political persuasions, that is what they found. And yet, during that time, while you were giving those statements, knowing there was no scientific basis for it, and we know now you knew it because we have your diary entries, you called the governor that I worked with to fight to keep Washington and D.C. out of our state.
Shout out to DeSantis. He didn't really come through for president. Shout out to Florida.
So that we could indeed respect the rights of our citizens. You called our governor, Governor DeSantis, and I'm going to quote this so I get it right out of your journals, a total jerk, that he is a complete disgrace, that he is blocking local authorities from mandating masks in various locations, including schools.
How dare you?
Come on, man. Why aren't you doing authoritarianism? I am the science, and we need authoritarianism.
And you were very concerned and upset that we were actively, and I'm going to quote, criticizing you, and we talked virtually every day about being wrong on everything.
But you were wrong on everything, though, right? Okay, just making sure.
And what is astounding is that you wrote you feared because of that, because we were questioning our government, because we were fighting back for the truth from our government, from scientifically based recommendations, because we were pushing for that. You said you feared that our democracy is in dire danger.
To save our democracy! Our democracy! Oh, man, I'm glad we are past that.
Thank goodness we have people up here that I work with that understand our role, which is to report to our bosses, the people, because they are in charge. Calling for our government to be honest with us and transparent with us and accountable to us. That is a democracy. What you did is the opposite. And I cannot believe I have to explain this to someone who...
You don't, he knows.
...represented our government and some of the most important issues for so long. And before I conclude, if I can just put up our pardon.
Oh, boy.
This is a pardon you have heard so much about.
Oh,
and Dr. Fauci,
boy.
The only other person that got a pardon like this, I believe, had a last name of
Was
Biden.
Hunter, yeah.
This pardon goes back to, and if you'll see, January the 1st of 2014. Did
you
talk to President Biden and ask for this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Who did you talk to in the White House about this pardon?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you specifically ask that it be dated back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you do that so that you would be given immunity going back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm just very interested in why it was this date. Did it have anything to do with the fact that 2014 was also the year that the NIAID or NIH began funding EcoHealth Alliance's Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence Grant?
Got him!
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And this is the same grant that funded the work on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute on Virology. Millions of Americans are questioning what happened.
Bro, there's a stand right here. Just put it on the stand.
During COVID, why we were given misleading information, misleading advice, why you gave conflicting statements based on, I guess, how you were feeling that day.
He was feeling icky.
And Americans, rightfully, we also for 1 million Americans, they should be insulted when the Democrats insult our chair. He's doing this because he is on an obsessive mission to go after one man. Could his obsessive mission be to find out why 1 million Americans died and who might be responsible for that?
I don't give a shit about that. How much money is that going to make him?
And where that started, could that be his mission, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And after everything we have just walked through, can you sit here today and tell the American people, our bosses, that you bear no responsibility for their collapse and trust of their government?
So based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Time has expired. We're going to do another quick round for those who remain, about 5 minutes. Any questions that haven't come up that are pressing? Let's try not to go over territory that's already been done. I'll begin by asking unanimous consent to insert into the record documents show that the CIA transferred funds to NIAID through interagency agreement. Hearing no objection, so ordered. We had hoped to hear testimony from Anthony Fauci today. We haven't, but I think it's important that we do.
29, and this goes. So, okay, perfect. There's about 10 minutes left in his, whatever Rand Paul's about to do. We'll call it there. Unless, of course, you keep that party raging.
We had hoped to hear testimony from Anthony Fauci today. We haven't, but I think it's important that we do hear from him. So we will have a video we'll play in a moment. For years, Anthony Fauci has been the public face of saying this in all likelihood came from nature. He kept saying, it's the marketplace, it's the marketplace, it's the marketplace. He's been saying that on television up until recently. But what we find is that what he was saying in public is different than what he was saying in private. In January, in private, he wrote that looks like the wet market was a super spreader event. It didn't originate there. We know that some of the earliest deaths and sickness came from somewhere else.
So from day one, he's like, oh, well, it definitely can't be this.
But then for years and years, we got dishonesty. So let's play the video so we can see a little juxtaposition of the problem we're dealing with.
I want to see this in full. Give me a second. Here. Yeah, a second. Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna see. I wonder if we're gonna see any video that we haven't already seen. Because I spent a good amount of time. Looking through looking through X to find the videos that I showed, because most of, if you search Fauci, are clips from the thing itself. All right, here we go.
Fauci's journal entries contradict what he said publicly.
Dr. Fauci knew from the very beginning of the pandemic that COVID didn't come from a wet market.
About the origins of COVID-19. Fauci admitted.
Fauci is a wet market lie. January 26, 2020. The first infection was in early December and was not connected to the market. Now, I know a lot of people say this, but maybe not this part, but I never get sick. I don't get sick. I think that I have a theory that it is connected to sharing blunts in college and like just, kind of being inoculated from, but whatever. I think I was in like middle school the last time I was like sick with a cold or a flu or whatever. It's just whatever. I'm lucky. I don't get sick. December 2019, there was like 4 days where I just felt like, and I've never had the flu, so I don't really know what flu-like symptoms actually feel like. I know intellectually what it is, but it just felt like I was slogging through. I don't know what else to think, but that was a very mild, or what's the word they use? Asymptomatic version of early COVID. I think that's me. I have no idea. I've never been where I was never tested in that thing. We didn't even know what it was yet. I just felt shitty. Still went to work. And then got over it.
In January 2020 that the initial outbreak of COVID did not occur at a wet market.
Take a really good look at the animal-human interface and the fact that animals from the wild are being brought into wet markets. You have animals that come out of the wild that are sold at these open, what they call them, wet markets. Wet markets, where you bring animals in from the wild who have these viruses. The wet markets in Asia, where people bring animals from the forest into market. There are wet markets in Wuhan that are ample opportunity for a virus to jump from an animal. The origin was from a bat to an intermediate host to a human, very likely.
Yeah, remember when they were doing this thing? They're like, we gotta be, we can't be ableist.
Likely,
because whatever.
In a wet market, and those animals should not have been in the Wuhan market. They knew that those animals should not have been in the market, and they immediately cleaned out the market, put restrictions on the kinds of animals that come into these wet markets. I think they should shut down those things right away. I mean, it boggles my mind.
My mind, sir, is also boggled. Fauci's brain is a wet market. You got him. The whole wet market trick. LMP said I got sick late November after a coworker had traveled to England for a Bengals game. It spread like fire through our group. And did you get any COVID stuff after that? And we're sick because he didn't want to get any points on his record. Yeah, like that's how we live. The one funny thing is that for whatever reason, blowing out the candles on the birthday cake is back. You'd think that after going through a global pandemic, that would be done with the all over the cake that everybody's about to eat. But like, I don't care, because I discovered long ago that like clean food is not really a thing. If you've worked in restaurants, you understand that like you're not getting clean food. It's just food.
Repeatedly saying in public something different than what he believed in private. Now, this is interesting because, the first SARS outbreak in 2003 was traced to a wet market to animals there. But interestingly, they had evidence. They had evidence that the animals had the disease. They also had evidence that the handlers had a disproportionately high number of antibodies to the disease. So there was evidence, and the evidence was presented. So when this came out, the same thing happened again. They did look at the wet market. They looked at the wet market and tested, I think, 80,000 animals and didn't find any animals that had COVID-19. When they did find COVID-19 and trace samples there, they found that the DNA or the RNA was consistent with human spread. This was known not later on, didn't take years to develop, was known in January of 2020. And so Dr. Fauci says privately he knows it didn't come from the wet market, but as you saw, those were over a multi-year period. One of the other discussions I've had with Dr. Fauci over the years about natural immunity. So most infections, you get a degree of immunity, not perfect, some fairly perfect. Smallpox, you just don't get again. George Washington knew this. He had his wife get vaccinated, but he didn't because he'd already had smallpox. But there's one particular story that a man came up to me who'd lost his wife to COVID. He said, we all got it. We all got sick. And my wife ended up getting sick enough to go to the hospital. But we'd recovered 2 weeks. She was still alive. 2 to 3 weeks later, we'd all recovered, and they wouldn't let us be with her. And to this day, it's one of the saddest things. And it just, I think all of us should think about this. They were not allowed to visit their mom. He wasn't allowed to visit his wife in the hospital. But based on this misunderstanding of natural immunity, that for some reason, 2 weeks later, they were a problem. But this was all promulgated by you. We had the workers in the, the meat factories. They were essential. They had to keep working. Most of them got COVID. They got it in the first couple of weeks. Most of them were younger. The reassurance should have come.
I was still working at Petco at the time. And animals needed food, so we were deemed essential. And so I'm out in the world, and we didn't know what was going on. People are coming in sick, and the people were still wiping off their groceries. And I mean, it's already a fucking pet store. It's not like it was Target where you're talking about clothes and food and stuff. It's pet stuff. It's you bring your dog and your cat and your fucking fish and your fucking lizard and this and that. How does that make sense?
From public health, the reassurance should have said, congratulations, you've recovered. It also should be acknowledged. What's the number one thing we can do if we get another pandemic? Before we have a vaccine, before we have monoclonal antibodies?
We just shut the world down again.
Would be to utilize natural immunity. So instead of the advice you were giving to Cuomo and others in New York that led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people or tens of thousands of people, you could have been saying, well, maybe the nurses taking care of the elderly should be people who are 2 weeks out from COVID infection. We could have used natural immunity as somewhat of a block of protection. Imperfect, but the only protection we had and the only thing we could have done. Instead, the nursing homes were seated with people who had COVID. So I think the discussion of natural immunity is one where there wasn't sufficient honesty, humility. There wasn't enough presentation to encourage people. That was the only encouraging thing we had for a while is.
I mean, that's extreme. But waiting is not that far off. It's not that far off. I've seen cooks, drop a steak, like a raw steak that's about to go on the grill, drop it, psst, right on there. It's just work to them. They don't see people eating food. It's just the next thing to do, especially when you're in the weeds and you got 3 screens worth of fucking tickets. You're like, just get the fucking shit out. I don't give a fuck.
You've got it. You're very, if not impossible, close to impossible chance that you'll die if you get it again. Everybody could have been reassured. Nobody was reassured. It's like, well, we don't know. We just don't quite understand natural immunity. My favorite quote from that is from Martin Koldor from Harvard. You called him one of the people that you had to take down, the fringe epidemiologist, which I've never ever heard a scientist call another scientist that. But he jokingly said on Twitter, he said, yeah, we knew about natural immunity from 486 BC, from the time of the Athenian plague. We lost all knowledge of it in 2020. The good news is it's slowly coming back.
Can we all admit that Box is weird for being that focused on how mid this chick is? Seems like maybe a little defensive.
Forward to 2025, we're beginning to understand what natural immunity is again. Not something perfect, but a useful tool that could have been used, but also something that could have helped people by telling the public, my goodness, you're not going to die now. You have a chance. If you've already had it and you're 85 years old and you're at risk for it, and you're wanting to feed your wife, and they're telling you to wear 4 masks and not be around your wife when you've already had it, it made no sense.
That don't make no sense. The other thing that really I think needs to be relitigated in the public sphere, if you will, is the time when what exactly was it? Trump said something about how light kills bacteria. Is there a way that we can do that within the body? Something like that. And it got switched into, or maybe he was talking about maybe that was a bleach thing, where he's like, you know how bleach it'll kill thing. Is there something like that that can be used in the body? It was like, oh my god, he said to fucking drink bleach. No. I said, shit, me too. It was 15 of us. 15 of us. I did a poll. 15 of us. I was like, is she sexy? Yes. No. Or she's mid. All 15 of us said, yes, she's sexy. Except for Box.
I visited with a man whose mom was 83 and she was dying from COVID. They go to the hospital in Orange County. They won't admit her to the hospital till she's vaccinated because we have a policy that everybody in the hospital must be vaccinated. She's got COVID and they wanted to vaccinate her again. At one point in time, the CDC understood this. They told people, don't get vaccinated if you've had COVID within 3 months. Why? Because it may give you a heightened immune response when you've already got a heightened immune response.
Yeah, that was the other thing too. That it's like if you're saying that if I do nothing, I might get an asymptomatic version of COVID, which then comes with natural immunity, which is stronger than the vaccine. And also, if I take the vaccine, I might have an immune response that mimics what it's actually like to get COVID. And it's like, okay, well, I'll just take my chances with the fucking COVID then. Because even like if it gets bad, then I don't think that whether or not I'm vaccinated is going to be the most important thing. It's going to be, is it serious or is it not? And if the differential of being 30 at the time, if I'm doing risk evaluation, it makes more sense to take the risk to get COVID, which again is something I think that happened, even though in either scenario, I could have gotten a severe enough COVID to die. That's just a statement of fact. No, we're done
But
here,
giving
bro.
a person
We're done
very
here.
sick, and many of the people who died from COVID died from sort of this storm of response, this immune storm. The answer wouldn't be try to stir up their immune response more by giving them a vaccine. The answer was actually steroids, and good old fashioned steroids, 37% reduction in death. It turned out to be way more valuable than remdesivir, way more valuable than any of the other treatments. But I don't remember ever hearing.
I have one. Do you guys not have a fucking UV light thing for your toothbrush? Please tell me you guys aren't just leaving your toothbrush out in the bathroom and then taking a shit and flushing the toilet and letting poop particles go everywhere and land on your fucking toothbrush. UV light toothbrush. Yeah, these are, there's nothing here, right? So these are the sponsored ones. Oh, not even, yeah. So, like, these are the sponsored ones. These are a little bit more expensive where they go on the wall and blah, 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 blah. But I just have something like this where it just opens and then you put it around the head of the toothbrush so that when the fuck... so that when, you go back to it, not only is it physically covered, but it uses the UV light to clean the toothbrush. $15 for the cheap one. So, if you haven't thought about it, maybe think about it. Yeah, I definitely don't lick ass. There you go. That'll work. But even still, but like not having it in there, there's still germs and everything everywhere. I'm not that kind of like, as I just said, it's like, you don't get clean food. I don't give a fuck about that. There's certain things where it's like, okay, if this is a direct thing that I can clearly make a difference, then it's like, even if you bring it in your room, it's probably better to have some type of, just like a plastic bag, like a fucking sandwich bag or something. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, this is just a more consumer usage, but yeah, yeah.
It's a good old-fashioned steroids.
Don't forget, my daddy's a surgeon.
37% reduction in death. It turned out to be way more valuable than remdesivir, way
Boil?
more valuable than any of the other treatments. But I don't remember ever hearing a complimentary word on natural immunity or steroids or anything else. And, I wish we could have done more today. I would have been willing to accept an apology today.
I would have been happy to hear an apology. I don't know if I would have forgiven him, but I would have at least been able to look at that option.
Sorry, I made mistakes. We all made mistakes. And, at the time, I thought the gain of function research was, the risks of it were worth the benefits. But I've reassessed since 15 million people died. People say, well, gosh, these things never happened. We know it happened in 1977. We know with 100% certainty a virus escaped. In 1977, there's something called the Russian flu. Nobody's exactly positive how it got out. When they sequenced it, they found out that a flu in 1977 had exactly the same RNA as a 1954 one that they had in the lab and they had created a vaccine for. In fact, turns out anybody born before 1954 was immune, and the only people got it were people who were born between 1954 and 1977. But it was identical. The genetic sequence was identical to this vaccine or the virus from 1954, and that doesn't happen because these respiratory viruses are always mutating. To be identical means it had to have leaked from the lab, proof positive that it had. So we know this happens. An author by the name of Young wrote a book and said there was 1,200 cases of significant accidents that have occurred. We knew all of this, and yet it was completely discounted because I think you were worried that if it was seen that you funded dangerous research.
I'm not going to be famous. What am I going to write in my diary?
To start the pandemic, you'd get blamed. And it was a concerted effort.
You're certainly not getting blamed now, eh?
Just you. Anybody associated with the funding decided we needed to protect ourselves.
Wait, 1954? Is that what he said? 1954? Yeah, that old.
Senator Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that we lost knowledge of natural immunity.
Oh, all right, guys. Let's give Morty a freebie because he's so fucking. You're a sweetie. You're a sweetie. Oh, all right, guys. Well, you know what time it is, right? I mean, you know what time? 76. Well, they said 56. I was like, yeah, damn. My roommate works at an arcade and they clean everything with UV lights. Yeah. Yep. Smart. All right. Where are we at? So we're gonna make shit. We are at 107. That is 53 push-ups. Let's go! You paid me. Now it is time to pay yourself. I figured out the smart thing of putting the hat on for my hair. I wish I could hear the music.
A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood, but he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches when the Nazi glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second journey of coming sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the faith. No hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. 27. Let's go. From the wreckage, lazy dog from the dead. Every word is a weapon. Shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord of his bed. On his power and through the silence of the night. The Lord understands. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Making the chaos of
10 left. 10 left. 10 left. Take it out. No good luck. We got it. We got it. What's for good luck? Let's fucking go. The second goddess. Yes. I said no extra, and I was like, fuck it. We always do one. Bark good luck. Yeah. Everybody was kung flu fighting. Those vaccines came fast as lightning. Hell floor, let's go. Let's go. Burger time indeed. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You know that I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet, here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord, and it means the fucking world to us, guys. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's shout out all of the donations. We had Jennifer coming in hot with the $10. We got the 5 from Equality there. Boxy boy. We had Equality again. Our boy Box one more time. We got Trey on the Cash App. Our boy Box one more time. And, of course, the Sugar Daddy himself, the Funk Master General. We are getting close to that goal. So remember the movie night goal. So remember, he gets to pick. For those of you who don't know, he had a long work day on Friday and then just slept all day Saturday, and so he's like, "Yeah, I'll catch you guys next time for the movie night." So we gotta get a movie night for Funkmaster. All right, guys, thank you again. Cannot tell you how much we appreciate you. You guys mean the world. I feel good. We needed that stream. I've been waiting on that stream for 6 fucking years. And now, it's done. We fucking got him. In 4K. Fuck this Frogurt. Thank you again, guys. Once again, we have the Overlord Morty. And I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.